Volume the Second, Chapter 13 of Helen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Helen by Maria Edgeworth. Volume the Second, Chapter 13. Some people value their friends most for active service, some for passive kindness. Some are won by tender expressions, some convinced by solid proofs of regard, others of a yet nobler kind, and of this sort was Lady Davenant, are apt to be best pleased, most touched, by proofs that their own character has been thoroughly understood, and that they have justly appreciated the good qualities of their friend. More than by all the kindness and sympathy Helen had ever before shown her was she now pleased and touched by the respect for her feelings in this affair of the page. Helen never having at the moment of his detection nor afterwards, by word or look, indulged in the self-triumph of "You see how right I was," which implies "You see how wrong you were." On the contrary, she gave what comfort she honestly could by showing that she knew from what humane motives and generous feelings Lady Davenant had persisted in supporting this boy to the last. As to the little wretch himself, he appeared no more. Search was made for him in every direction, but he was not to be found, and Helen thought it was well that Lady Davenant should be spared the pain of seeing or hearing more about him. The whole mystery was now solved, the difficulty for Lady Davenant in a fair way to be ended. She had felt an instinctive aversion to the fawning tone of the diplomatist, whom she had suspected of caballing against Lord Davenant secretly, and it was now proved that he had been base beyond what she could have conceived possible, had been in confederacy with this boy, whom he had corrupted, purchasing from him copies of private letters, and bribing him to betray his benefactress. The copy of that letter from an illustrious personage had been thus obtained. The proofs now brought home to the guilty person deprived him at once of all future means of injuring Lord Davenant. Completely in their power, he would be ready to ensure silence at any price, and, instead of caballing further, this low intriguer would now be compelled to return from whence he came, too happy to be permitted to retreat from his situation, and quit England without being brought to public disgrace. No notice of the report that had been in private circulation against Lady Davenant having yet appeared in the public prints, it was possible to prevent the mischief that even the mention of her name in such an affair must have occasioned. It was necessary, however, that letters should be written immediately to the different persons whom the private reports had reached, and Helen and her daughter trembled for her health in consequence of this extreme hurry and fatigue, but she repeated her favourite maxim, better to wear out than to rest out, and she accomplished all that was to be done. Lord Davenant wrote in triumph that all was settled, all difficulties removed, and they were to set out for Russia immediately. And now Lady Davenant breathed freely, relieved from the intolerable thought that the base finger of suspicion could point at her or at Lord Davenant. Her spirits rose, her whole appearance renovated, and all the fears that Helen and her daughter had felt, lest she should not be able to sustain the hardships of a long voyage and the rigour of a northern climate, were now completely dispelled. The day of the departure was fixed. Lady Davenant remained, however, as long as she possibly could with her daughter, and she was anxious, too, to see Granville Beauclerc before she left Clarendon Park. The number of the days of quarantine were gone over every morning at breakfast by Lady Cecilia and the general. They looked in the papers carefully for the arrivals at the hotel which Beauclerc usually frequented. This morning, in reading the list aloud, the general came to the name of Sir Thomas D'Aubigny, brother to the colonel. The paragraph stated that Colonel D'Aubigny had left some manuscripts to his brother, which would soon be published, and then followed some puff in the usual style, which the general did not think it necessary to read. But one of the officers, who knew some of the D'Aubignys, went on talking of the colonel, and relating various anecdotes to prove that his souvenirs would be amusing. Helen, who was conscious that she always blushed when Colonel D'Aubigny's name was mentioned, and that the general had observed it, was glad that he never looked up from what he was reading, and when she had courage to turn towards her, she admired Cecilia's perfect self-possession. Beauclerc's name was not among the arrivals, and it was settled consequently that they should not see him this day. Some time after they had left the breakfast room, Helen found Lady Davenant in her own apartment, sitting, as it was very unusual with her, perfectly unemployed, her head leaning on her hand, and an expression of pain in her countenance. "Are you not well, my dear Lady Davenant?" Helen asked. "My mind is not well," she replied, "and that always affects my body, and I suppose my looks." After a moment's silence she fixed her eyes on Helen, and said, "You tell me that Colonel D'Aubigny never was a lover, never was an admirer of yours?" "Never," said Helen, low, but very decidedly. Lady Davenant sighed, but did not speak. After a longer continuance of silence than had almost ever occurred when they two were left alone together, Lady Davenant looked up and said, "I hope in God that I am mistaken. I pray that I may never live to see it." "To see what?" cried Helen. "To see that one little black spot, invisible to you, Helen, the speck of evil in that heart, my daughter's heart, spread and taint and destroy all that is good. It must be cut out. At any pain it must be cut away. If any part be unsound, the corruption will spread." "Corruption in Cecilia!" exclaimed Helen. "Oh, I know her, I know her from dear childhood. There is nothing corrupt in her, no, not a thought." "My dear Helen, you see her as she has been, as she is. I see her as she may become, very frightfully different. Helen, if truth fail, if the principle of truth fail in her character, all will fail. All that charming nature, all that fair semblance, all that fair reality, all this bright summer's dream of happiness, even love, the supreme felicity of her warm heart, even love will fail her. Cecilia will lose her husband's affections." Helen uttered a faint cry. "Worse," continued Lady Davenant, "worse, she will lose her own esteem. She will sink, but I shall be gone," cried she, and pressing her hand upon her heart, she faintly repeated, "Gone," and then abruptly added, "Call Cecilia. I must see Cecilia. I must speak to her. But first I will tell you, from a few words that dropped this morning from General Clarendon, I suspect, I fear, that Cecilia has deceived him." "Impossible! About what?" "About whom?" "That Colonel D'Aubigny," said Lady Davenant. "I know all about it, and it was all nothing but nonsense. Did you look at her when the general read that paragraph this morning? Did you see that innocent countenance?" "I saw it, Helen, and thought as you did, but I have been so deceived, so lately in countenance." "Not by hers, never." "Not by yours, Helen, never. And yet, why should I say so? This very morning yours, had I not known you, yours would have misled me." "Oh, my foolish absurd habit of blushing, how I wish I could prevent it!" said Helen. "I know it will make me betray somebody some time or other." "Betray! What have you to betray?" cried Lady Davenant, leaning forward with an eagerness of eye and voice that startled Helen from all her power of immediate reply. After an instant's pause, however, she answered firmly, "Nothing, Lady Davenant, and that there is nothing wrong to be known about Cecilia, I as firmly believe as that I stand here at this moment. Can you suspect anything really wrong?" "Suspect! Wrong!" cried Lady Davenant, starting up, with a look in her eyes which made Helen recoil. "Helen, what can you conceive that I suspect wrong? Cecilia? Captain D'Aubigny? What did you mean? Wrong, did you say, of Cecilia? Could you conceive, Helen, that I, having such a suspicion, could be here, living with her, or living anywhere?" And she sank down on the sofa again, seized with sudden spasm, in a convulsion of agonizing pain. But she held Helen's hand fast grasped, detaining her, preventing her from pulling the bell, and by degrees the pain passed off, the livid hue cleared away, the colour of life once more returned, but more tardily than before, and Helen was excessively alarmed. "Poor child, my poor dear child, I feel, I hear your heart beating. You are a coward, Helen, but a sweet creature, and I love you, and I love my daughter. What were we saying?" "Oh, say no more, say no more for now, for heaven's sake," said Helen, kneeling beside her, and yielding to that imploring look. Lady Davenant, with a fond smile, parted the hair on her forehead, kissed her, and remained perfectly quiet and silent for some time. "I am quite well again now," said she, "and quite composed. If Cecilia has told her husband the whole truth, she will continue to be, as she is, a happy wife; but if she have deceived him in the estimation of a single word, she is undone. With him, of all men, never will confidence, once broken, unite again. Now General Clarendon told me this morning, would I had known it before the marriage, that he had made one point with my daughter, and only one, on the faith of which he married. The point was, that she should tell him if she had ever loved any other man; and she told him, I fear from some words which he said afterwards. I am sure he is in the belief, the certainty, that his wife never loved any man breathing but himself." "Nor did she," said Helen. "I can answer for it. She has told him the truth, and she has nothing to fear, nor have you." "You give me new life," cried Lady Davenant, her face becoming suddenly radiant with hope. "But how can you answer for this, Helen? You had no part in any deceit, I am sure, but there was something about a miniature of you, which I found in Colonel D'Aubigny's hands one day, that was done, I thought at the time, to deceive me, to make me believe that you were his object. Deceit there was." "On his part," said Helen, "much and always, but on Cecilia's there was only, from her over awe of you, some little concealment, but the whole was broken off and repented of, whatever little there was, long since; and as to loving him, She never did. She told me so then, and often she has told me so since." "Convince me of that," said Lady Davenant; "convince me that she thought what she said. I believe, indeed, that till she met General Clarendon she never felt any enthusiastic attachment, but I thought she liked that man. It was all coquetry, flirting nonsense, perhaps. Be it so, I am willing to believe it. Convince me but that she is true. There is the only point of consequence. The man is dead and gone, the whole in oblivion, and all that is of importance is her truth. Convince me but of that, and I am a happy mother." Helen brought recollections and proofs from conversations at the time and letters since, confirming at least Cecilia's own belief that she had never loved the man, that it was all vanity on her part and deception on his. Lady Davenant listened, willing to be convinced. "And now," said she, "let us put this matter out of our minds entirely. I want to talk to you of yourself." She took Helen out with her in her pony phaeton, and spoke of Granville Beauclerc, and of his and Helen's prospects of happiness. Lady Cecilia, who was riding with her husband in some fields adjoining the park, caught a glimpse of the phaeton as it went along the avenue, and, while the general was giving some orders to the wood ranger about a new plantation, she, telling him that she would be back in 2 minutes, cantered off to overtake her mother, and, making a short cut across the fields, she leapt a wide ha-ha which came in her way. She was an excellent horsewoman, and Fairy carried her lightly over, and when she heard the general's voice in dismay and indignation at what she had done, she turned and laughed, and cantered on till she overtook the phaeton. The breeze had blown her hair most becomingly, and raised her colour, and her eyes were joyously bright, and her light figure, always well on horseback, now looked so graceful as she bent to speak to her mother, that her husband could not find it in his heart to scold her, and he who came to chide remained to admire. Her mother, looking up at her, could not help but exclaiming, "Well, certainly, you are an excessively pretty creature." "Bearers of good news always look well, I believe," said she, smiling, "so there is now some goodness in my face." "That there certainly is," said her mother, fondly. "But you certainly don't know what it is. You cannot know till I tell you, my dearest Helen, my dear mother, I mean. Granville Beauclerc will be here to day, I am sure of it. So pray do not go far from home. Do not go out of the grounds. This was what I was in such a hurry to say to you." "But how do you know, Cecilia?" "Just because I can read," replied she, "because I can read a newspaper through, which none of you newspaper readers by profession could do this morning. After all of you laid them down, I took them up, and found in that evening paper which your stupid aide de camp had been poring and boring over, a fresh list of arrivals, and Mr. Granville Beauclerc among them at full length. Now he would not stay a moment longer in town than was absolutely necessary, you know, or else he ought to be excommunicated, but it is not in his nature to delay. He will be here directly. I should not be surprised—" "You are right, Cecilia," interrupted the general. "I see a caleche on that road. It is he." The caleche turned into the park, and in a few minutes they met. Carriages, horses, and servants were sent off to the house, while the whole party walked and talked and looked. Lady Cecilia was in delightful spirits, and so affectionately, so delicately joyful, so kind, that if Helen and Beauclerc had ever blamed, or had reason to blame her, It must now be forever forgotten. As, in their walk, they came near that seat by the water's side where the lovers had parted, Cecilia whispered something to her mother, and instantly it was done as desired. Beauclerc and Helen were left to their own explanations, and the rest of the party pursued their walk home. Of what passed in this explanatory scene no note has been transmitted to the biographer, and we must be satisfied with the result. End of volume the second, chapter 13. Volume the second, chapter 14 of Helen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Helen by Maria Edgeworth. Volume the second, chapter 14. All is right, cried Lady Cecilia. Oh, my dear mother, I am the happiest creature in the world, if you were not going away. Could you not stay a very little longer, just still? No, no, my dear, do not urge me to stay, said Lady Davenant. I cannot. Your father expects me tomorrow. All her preparations were made. In short, it must be so. And Lady Davenant begged her daughter would not spend the short remaining time they were to have together in entreaties, distressing and irritating to the feelings of those who ask and of those who must refuse. Let us enjoy in peace, said she, all that is to be enjoyed this day before I go. When Helen entered the drawing-room before dinner, knowing that she was very late, she found assembled Lady Davenant, Beauclerc, and the officers, but Cecilia was not there, nor did the punctual general make his appearance. The dining hour was past, a servant had twice looked in to announce it, and, seeing neither my lady nor the general, had in surprise retired. Silence prevailed. What could be the matter? So unusual for the general to be late. The general came in, hurried, very uncommon in him, and, after saying a few words in a low voice to Lady Davenant, who immediately went upstairs, he begged pardon, was very sorry he had kept dinner waiting, but Lady Cecilia had been taken ill, had fainted, she was better, he hoped it was nothing that would signify, she was lying down. He begged they would go to dinner, and to dinner they went, and when Lady Davenant returned, she put Helen's mind at ease by saying it was only a little faintishness from over-fatigue. She had prescribed rest, and Cecilia had herself desired to be left quite alone. After dinner Lady Davenant went up again to see her, found her not so well, feverish. She would not let Helen go to her. They would talk if they were together, and she thought it necessary to keep Cecilia very quiet. If she would but submit to this, she would be well again probably in the morning. At tea time, and in the course of the evening twice, Cecilia sent to beg to speak to Helen, but Lady Davenant and the general joined in requesting her not to go. The general went himself to Lady Cecilia to enforce obedience, and he reported that she had submitted with good grace. Helen was happily engaged by Beauclerc's conversation during the rest of the evening. It was late before they retired, and when she went upstairs, Felice said that her lady was asleep, and had been asleep for the last 2 hours, and she was sure that after such good rest her ladyship would be perfectly well in the morning. Without further anxiety about her friend, therefore, Helen went to her own room. It was a fine moonlight night, and she threw open the shutters, and stood for a long time looking out upon the moonlight, which she loved. and even after she had retired to bed it was long before she could sleep. The only painful thought in her mind was of Lady Davenant's approaching departure. Without her, all happiness would be incomplete. But still, hope and love had much that was delightful to whisper, and, as she at last sank to sleep, Beauclerc's voice seemed still speaking to her in soft sounds. Yet the dream which followed was uneasy. She thought that they were standing together in the library, at the open door of the conservatory, by moonlight, and he asked her to walk out, and when she did not comply, all changed, and she saw him walking with another, with Lady Castlefort. But then the figure changed to one younger, more beautiful, it must be, as the beating of Helen's heart in the dream told her, it must be Lady Blanche. Without seeing Helen, however, they seemed to come on, smiling and talking low to each other along the matted alley of the conservatory, almost to the very door where she was still, as she thought, standing with her hand upon the lock, and then they stopped, and Beauclerc pulled from an orange tree a blossom which seemed the very same which Helen had given to him that evening. He offered it to Lady Blanche, and something he whispered, but at this moment the handle of the lock seemed to slip, and Helen awoke with a start, and when she was awake, the noise of her dream seemed to continue. She heard the real sound of a lock turning. Her door slowly opened, and a white figure appeared. Helen started up in her bed, and awaking thoroughly, saw that it was only Cecilia in her dressing gown. "Cecilia, what's the matter, my dear? Are you worse?" Lady Cecilia put her finger on her lips, closed the door behind her, and said, "Hush, hush, or you'll waken Felice. She is sleeping in the dressing room to-night. Mamma ordered it, in case I should want her. And how are you now? What can I do for you? My dear Helen, you can do something for me indeed. But don't get up. Lie down and listen to me. I want to speak to you." "Sit down then, my dear Cecilia. Sit down here beside me." "No, no, I need not sit down. I am very well standing. Only let me say what I have to say. I am quite well." "Quite well, indeed you are not. I feel you all trembling. You must sit down, indeed, my dear," said Helen, pressing her. She sat down. "Now listen to me. Do not waste time, for I can't stay. Oh, if the general should awake and find me gone!" "What is the matter, my dear Cecilia? Only tell me what I can do for you." "That is the thing, but I am afraid, now it has come to the point." Lady Cecilia breathed quick and short. "I am almost afraid to ask you to do this for me." "Afraid, my dear Cecilia, to ask me to do anything in this world for you? How can you be afraid? Tell me only what it is at once." "I am very foolish. I am very weak. I know you love me, would do anything for me, Helen, and this is the simplest thing in the world, but the greatest favour, the greatest service. It is only just to receive a packet, which the general will give you in the morning. He will ask if it is for you, and you will just accept it. I don't ask you to say it is yours, or to say a word about it, only receive it for me." "Yes, I will, to be sure. But why should he give it to me, and not to yourself?" "Oh, he thinks, and you must let him think, it is for you, that's all. Will you promise me?" But Helen made no answer. "Oh, promise me, promise me. Speak, for I can't stay. I will explain it all to you in the morning." She rose to go. "Stay, stay, Cecilia," cried Helen, stopping her. "Stay, you must indeed explain it all to me now. You must indeed." Lady Cecilia hesitated. She said she had not time. "You said, Helen, that you would take the packet, and you know you must. but I will explain it all as fast as I can. You know I fainted, but you do not know why. I will tell you exactly how it all happened. You recollect my coming into the library, after I was dressed, before you went upstairs, and giving you a sprig of orange flowers? Oh, yes, I was dreaming of it just now when you came in, said Helen. Well, what of it? Nothing, only you must have been surprised to hear so soon afterwards that I had fainted. Yes, Helen said. She had been very much surprised and alarmed, and again Lady Cecilia paused. Well, I went from you directly to Clarendon to give him a rose, which you may remember I had in my hand for him. I found him in the study, talking to Corporal somebody. He just smiled as I came in, took the rose, and said, I shall be ready this moment, and looking to a table on which were heaps of letters and parcels which Granville had brought from town, he added, I do not know whether there is anything there for you, Cecilia. I went to look, and he went on talking to his corporal. He was standing with his back to the table. Helen felt that Lady Cecilia told all these minute details as if there was some fact to which she feared to come. Cecilia went on very quickly. I did not find anything for myself, but in tossing over the papers I saw a packet directed to General Clarendon. I thought it was a feigned hand, and yet that I knew it, that I had seen it somewhere lately. There was one little flourish that I recollected. It was like the writing of that wretched Carlos. Carlos! cried Helen. Well, the more I looked at it, continued Lady Cecilia, the more like I thought it, and I was going to say so to the general, only I waited till he had done his business. But as I was examining it through the outer cover, of very thin foreign paper, I could distinguish the writing of some of the inside, and it was like your hand or like mine. You know, between our hands there is such a great resemblance, there is no telling one from the other. Helen did not think so, but she remained silent. At least, said Cecilia, answering her look of doubt, at least the general says so. He never knows our hands asunder. Well, I perceived that there was something hard inside, more than papers, and as I felt it, there came from it an uncommon perfume, a particular perfume, like what I used to have once, at the time, that time that I can never bear to think of, you know. I know, said Helen, and in a low voice she added, you mean about Colonel D'Aubigny. The perfume, and altogether I do not know what, quite overcame me. I had just sense enough to throw the packet from me. I made an effort, and reached the window, and I was trying to open the sash, I remember, but what happened immediately after that, I cannot tell you. When I came to myself, I was in my husband's arms. He was carrying me upstairs, and so much alarmed about me he was. Oh, Helen, I do so love him. He laid me on the bed, and he spoke so kindly, reproaching me for not taking more care of myself, but so fondly. Somehow I could not bear it just then, and I closed my eyes as his met mine. He, I knew, could suspect nothing, but still. He stayed beside me, holding my hand. Then dinner was ready. He had been twice summoned. It was a relief to me when he left me. Next, I believe, my mother came up, and felt my pulse, and scolded me for over-fatiguing myself, and for that leap, and I pleaded guilty, and it was all very well. I saw she had not an idea there was anything else. Mamma really is not suspicious. With all her penetration, she is not suspicious. And why did you not tell her all the little you had to tell, dear Cecilia? If you had, long ago, when I begged of you to do so, if you had told your mother all about— Told her, interrupted Cecilia, Told my mother? Oh, no, Helen." Helen sighed and feebly said, "Go on." "Well, when you were at dinner, it came into my poor head that the general would open that parcel before I could see you again, and before I could ask your advice and settle with you, before I could know what was to be done. I was so anxious, I sent for you twice. But Lady Davenant and the general forbade me to go to you." Yes, Lady Cecilia said she understood that, and she had seen the danger of showing too much impatience to speak to Helen. She thought it might excite suspicion of her having something particular to say. She had therefore refrained from asking again. She was not asleep when Helen came to bed, though Felice thought she was. She was much too anxious to sleep till she had seen her husband again. She was awake when he came into his room. She saw him come in with some letters and packets in his hand. By his look she knew all was still safe. He had not opened that particular packet. He held it among a parcel of military returns in his hand as he came to the side of the bed on tiptoe to see if she was asleep, to ask how she did. "He touched my pulse," said Lady Cecilia, "and I am sure he might well say it was terribly quick. Every instant I thought he would open that packet. He threw it, however, and all the rest, down on the table, to be read in the morning, as usual, as soon as he awoke. After feeling my pulse again, the last thing, and satisfying himself that it was better, 'Quiet or no,' said he fell fast asleep, and slept so soundly, and Helen looked at her with astonishment, and was silent. "Oh, speak to me," said Lady Cecilia. "What do you say, Helen?" "I say that I cannot imagine why you are so much alarmed about this packet." "Because I am a fool, I believe," said Lady Cecilia, trying to laugh. "I am so afraid of his opening it." "But why?" said Helen. "What do you think there is in it?" "I have told you, surely. Letters, foolish letters of mine to that D'Aubigny. Oh, how I repent I ever wrote a line to him! And he told me, he absolutely swore, he had destroyed every note and letter I ever wrote to him. He was the most false of human beings." "He was a very bad man. I always thought so," said Helen. "But, Cecilia, I never knew that he had any letters of yours." "Oh, yes, you did, my dear, at the time. Do you not recollect I showed you a letter, and it was you who made me break off the correspondence?" "I remember your showing me several letters of his," said Helen, "but not of yours, only one or two notes, asking for that picture back again which he had stolen from your portfolio." "Yes, and about the verses. Surely you recollect my showing you another letter of mine, Helen?" "Yes, but these were all of no consequence. There must be more, or you could not be so much afraid, Cecilia, of the general's seeing these, surely." At this moment Lady Davenant's prophecy, all she had said about her daughter, flashed across Helen's mind, and with increasing eagerness she went on. "What is there in those letters that can alarm you so much?" "I declare I do not know," said Cecilia. "That is the plain truth. I cannot recollect. I cannot be certain what there is in them." "But it was not so long ago, Cecilia, only 2 years." "That is true, but so many great events have happened since, and such new feelings, all that early nonsense was swept out of my mind. I never really loved that wretch." A gleam of joy came across Helen's face. "Never, never," repeated Lady Cecilia. "Oh, I am happy still," cried Helen. "I told your mother I was sure of this." "Good heavens! Does she know about this packet?" "No, no, how could she? But what frightens you, my dear Cecilia? You say there is nothing wrong in the letters?" "Nothing. nothing." "Then make no wrong out of nothing," cried Helen. "If you break confidence with your husband, that confidence will never, never unite again. Your mother says so." "My mother!" cried Cecilia. "Good heavens! So she does suspect? Tell me, Helen, tell me what she suspects." "That you did not at first, before you were married, tell the general the whole truth about Colonel D'Aubigny." Cecilia was silent. "But it is not yet too late," said Helen earnestly. "You can set it all right now. This is the moment, my dearest Cecilia. Do," cried Helen, "do tell him all. Bid him look at the letters." "Look at them! Impossible, impossible," said Lady Cecilia. "Bid me die rather." She turned quite away. "Listen to me, Cecilia." She held her fast. "You must do it, Cecilia." "Helen, I cannot." "You can, indeed you can," said Helen. "Only have courage now, and you will be happier all your life afterwards. Do not ask it, do not ask it. It is all in vain. You are wasting time." "No, no, not wasting time. And in short, Cecilia, you must do what I ask for you, for it is right, and I will not do what you ask of me, for it is wrong." "You will not, you will not?" cried Lady Cecilia, breathless. "After all, you will not receive the packet for me? You will not let the general believe the letters to be yours? Then I am undone. You will not do it. Then do not talk to me. Do not talk to me. You do not know General Clarendon. If his jealousy were once roused, you have no idea what it would be." "If the man were alive," said Helen, "but since he is dead." "But Clarendon would never forgive me for having loved another." "You said you did not love him." "Nor did I ever really love that man, but still Clarendon, from even seeing those letters, might think I did. The very fact of having written such letters would be destruction to me with Clarendon. You do not know Clarendon. How can I convince you it is impossible for me to tell him? At the time he first proposed for me, oh, how I loved him, and feared to lose him. One day my mother, when I was not by, said something, I do not know what, about a first love, let fall something about that hateful D'Aubigny, and the general came to me in such a state. Oh, Helen, in such a state, I thought it was all at an end. He told me he never would marry any woman on earth who had ever loved another. I told him I never had, and that was true, you know, but then I went a little beyond, perhaps. I said I had never thought of anybody else, for he made such a point of that. In short, I was a coward, a fool. I little foresaw. I laughed it off, and told him that what mamma had said was all a mistake, all nonsense, that Colonel D'Aubigny was a sort of universal flirt, and that was very true, I am sure, that he had admired us both you and me, but you last, you most, Helen, I said. Oh, Cecilia, how could you say so, when you knew he never cared for me in the least? Forgive me, my dear, for there was no other way, and what harm did it do you, or what harm can it ever do you? It only makes it easier for you to help me, to save me now. And Granville, continued Lady Cecilia, thinking that was the obstacle in Helen's mind, and Granville need never know it. Helen's countenance suddenly changed. Granville! I never thought of that. And now that she did think of it, she reproached herself with the selfishness of that fear. Till this moment she knew her motives had been all singly for Cecilia's happiness. Now the fear she felt of this some way hurting her with Beauclerc made her less resolute. Lady Cecilia saw her giving way, and hurried on. "Oh, my dear Helen, I know I have been very wrong, but you would not quite give me up, would you? Oh, for my mother's sake, consider how it would be with my mother, so ill as you saw her. I am sure if anything broke out now in my mother's state of health, it would be fatal." Helen became excessively agitated. "Oh, Helen, would you make me the death of that mother? Oh, Helen, save her, and do what you will with me afterwards. It will be only for a few hours, only a few hours," repeated Lady Cecilia, seeing that these words made a great impression upon Helen. "Save me, Helen, save my mother." She sank upon her knees, clasping her hands in an agony of supplication. Helen bent down her head and was silent. She could no longer refuse. "Then I must," said she. "Oh, thank you, bless you!" cried Lady Cecilia in an ecstasy. "You will take the letters?" "Yes," Helen feebly said. "Yes, since it must be so." Cecilia embraced her, thanked her, blessed her, and hastily left the room, but in an instant afterward she returned, and said, "One thing I forgot, and I must tell you. Think of my forgetting it. The letters are not signed with my real name. They are signed Emma, Henry and Emma. Oh, folly, folly! My dear, dear friend, save me but now, and I never will be guilty of the least deception again during my whole life. Believe me, believe me. When once my mother is safely gone, I will tell Clarendon all. Look at me, dear Helen, look at me, and believe me." And Helen looked at her, and Helen believed her. End of Volume the Second, Chapter 14. Volume the Second, Chapter 15 of Helen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Helen by Maria Edgeworth. Volume the Second, Chapter 15. Helen slept no more this night. When alone in the stillness of the long hours, she went over and over again all that had passed, what Cecilia had said, what she had at first thought and afterwards felt, all the persuasions by which she had been wrought upon, and, on the contrary, all the reasons by which she ought to be decided. Backward and forward her mind vibrated, and its painful vacillation could not be stilled. "What am I going to do? To tell a falsehood? That cannot be right. But in the circumstances, yet this is Cecilia's own way of palliating the fault that her mother so fears in her, that her mother trusted to me to guard her against. And now, already, even before Lady Davenant has left us, I am going to assist Cecilia in deceiving her husband, and on that very dangerous point, Colonel D'Aubigny." Lady Davenant's foreboding having already been so far accomplished struck Helen fearfully, and her warning voice in the dead silence of that night sounded, and her look was upon her, so strongly, that she for an instant hid her head to get rid of her image. "But what can I do? Her own life is at stake. No less a motive could move me, but this shall decide me. Yet if Lady Davenant were to know it, and I, in the last hours I have to pass with her, the last I ever may have with her, shall I deceive her? But it is not deceit, only prudence, necessary prudence, what a physician would order, what even humanity requires. I am satisfied it is quite right, quite, and I will go to sleep that I may be strong and calm, and do it all well in the morning. After all, I have been too cowardly, frightening myself about nothing, too scrupulous, for what is it I have promised? Only to receive the letters as if they were mine, not to say that they are mine. He will not ask me. Cecilia thinks he will not ask me, but how can she tell? If he should, what can I do? I must then answer that they are mine. Indeed, it is the same thing, for I should lead him to believe it as much by my receiving them in silence. It will be telling or acting an absolute falsehood, and can that ever be right? Back it came to the same point, and in vain her cheek settled on the pillow, and she thought she could sleep. Then with closed eyes she considered how the general would look, and speak or not speak. What will he think of me when he sees the picture, the letters? For he must open the packet. But he will not read them. No, he is too honourable. I do not know what is in them. There can be nothing, however, but nonsense, Cecilia says, yet even so, love letters he must know they are, and a clandestine correspondence. I heard him once express such contempt for any clandestine affair. He who is so nice, so strict about women's conduct, how I shall sink in his esteem. Well, be it so, that concerns only myself, and it is for his own sake too, to save his happiness. And Cecilia, my dear Cecilia, oh how I can bear it, and it will be a pride to me to bear it, for I am grateful. My gratitude shall not be only in words. Now, when I am put to the trial, I can do something for my friends. Yes, and I will, let the consequences be what they may. Yet Beauclerc, that thought was at the bottom of her heart, the fear, the almost certainty, that some way or other, every way in which she could think of it, it would lead to difficulty with Beauclerc. But this fear was mere selfishness, she thought, and to counteract it came all her generous, all her grateful, all her long cherished romantic love of sacrifice, a belief that she was capable of self-devotion for the friends she loved. And upon the strength of this idea she fixed at last. Quieted, she soothed herself to repose, and, worn out with reasoning or trying to reason in vain, she at last, in spite of the morning light dawning upon her through the unclosed shutters, in a soft sort of enthusiastic vision fading away, fell asleep. She slept long. When she awoke, it was with that indescribable feeling that something painful had happened, that something dreadful was to be this day. She recollected first that Lady Davenant was to go. Then came all that had passed with Cecilia. It was late. She saw that her maid had been in the room, but had refrained from awakening her. She rose and dressed as fast as she could. She was to go to Lady Davenant, when her bell rang twice. How to appear before one who knew her countenance so well, without showing anything that had happened, was her first difficulty. She looked in her glass to see whether there was any alteration in her face. None that she could see, but she was no judge. How foolish to think so much about it all! She dressed, and between times inquired from her maid if she had heard of any change in Lady Davenant's intentions of going. Had any counter orders about the carriage been given? None. It was ordered to be at the door by 12 o'clock. That was well, Helen said to herself. It would all soon be over. Lady Davenant would be safe. Then she could bear all the rest. Next, she hoped that any perturbation or extraordinary emotion in herself would not be observed in the hurry of departure, or would be thought natural at parting with Lady Davenant. So then I come at every turn to some little deceit, thought she, and I must, and she sighed. It is a sad thing for you, ma'am, Lady Davenant's going away, said her maid. Helen sighed again. Very sad indeed. Suddenly a thought darted into her mind that the whole danger might be avoided. A hope came that the general might not open the packet before Lady Davenant's departure, in which case Cecilia could not expect that she should abide by her promise, as it was only conditional. It had been made really on her mother's account. Cecilia had said that if once her mother was safe out of the house, she could then, and she would the very next day, tell the whole to her husband. Helen sprang from under the hands of her maid as she was putting up her hair behind, and ran to Cecilia's room, but she was not there. It was now her usual time for coming, and Helen left open the door between them, that she might go to her before Felice should be rung for. She waited impatiently, but no Cecilia came. The time, to her impatience, seemed dreadfully long, but her maid observed that as her ladyship had not been well yesterday, it was no wonder she was later this morning than usual. Very true, but there is somebody coming along the gallery now. See if that is Lady Cecilia. No, ma'am, Mademoiselle Felice. Mademoiselle Felice said ditto to Helen's own maid, and, moreover, supposed her lady might not have slept well. Just then one little peremptory knock at the door was heard. Bon Dieu! C'est Monsieur le Général! exclaimed Felice. It was so. Felice went to the door and returned with the general's compliments to Miss Stanley, and he begged to see her as soon as it might suit her convenience in the library, before she went into the breakfast room, and after she should have seen Lady Cecilia, who wished to see her immediately. Helen found Lady Cecilia in bed, looking as if she had been much agitated, 2 spots of carnation colour high up in her cheeks, a well-known sign in her of great emotion. Helen, she cried, starting up at the moment Helen came in, he has opened the packet, and you see me alive, but I do believe I should have died when it came to the point, but for you, dearest Helen, I should have been, and still but for you I must be, undone, and my mother, oh, if he had gone to her! What has happened? Tell me clearly, my dear Cecilia, and quickly, for I must go to General Clarendon. He has desired to see me as soon as I can, after seeing you. I know, said Cecilia, but he will allow time, and you had better be some time with me, for he thinks I have all to explain to you this morning, and so I have, a great deal to say to you. Sit down, quietly. Oh, if you knew how I have been agitated, I am hardly able yet tell anything rightly. She threw herself back on the pillows, and drew a long breath, as if to relieve the oppression of mind and body. Now I think I can tell it. Then do it, my dear Cecilia, all, pray do, and exactly. Oh, Cecilia, tell me all. Every word, every look, to the utmost, as far as I can recollect, as if you had been present. Give me your hand, Helen. How cool you are, delightful, but how you tremble. Never mind, said Helen, but how burning hot your hand is. No matter. If ever I am well or happy again in this world, Helen, I shall owe it to you. After I left you, I found the general fast asleep. I do not believe he had ever awoke. I lay awake for hours, till past 5 o'clock in the morning. I was wide awake, feverish. But can you conceive it? Just then, when I was most anxious to be awake, when I knew there was but 1 hour, not so much, till he would awake and read the packet. I felt an irresistible sleepiness come over me. I turned and tried to keep my eyes open, and pulled and pinched my fingers, but all would not do, and I fell asleep, dreaming that I was awake, and how long I slept I cannot tell you, so deep, so dead asleep I must have been. But the instant I did awake, I started up and drew back the curtain, and I saw, oh, Helen, there was Clarendon dressed, standing with his arms folded, a letter open, hanging from his hand. His eyes were fixed upon me, waiting, watching for my first look. He saw me glance at the letter in his hand, and then at the packet on the table near the bed. For an instant neither of us spoke. I could not, nor exclaim even, but surprised, terrified, he must have seen I was. As I leaned forward, holding by the curtains, he pulled one of them suddenly back, threw open the shutters, and the full glare was upon my face. I shut my eyes, I could not help it, and shrank, but gathering strength from absolute terror of his silence, I spoke. I asked, for heaven's sake, Clarendon, what is the matter? Why do you look so? Oh, that look of his, still fixed on me, the same as I once saw before we were married, once, but once, when he came from my mother to me about this man. Well, I put my hands before my eyes. He stepped forward, drew them down, and placed the open letter before me, and then asked me, in a terrible sort of suppressed voice, Cecilia, whose writing is this? The writing was before my eyes, but I literally could not see it. It was all a sort of maze. He saw I could not read it, and calmly bade me, take time, examine. Is it a forgery? A forgery! That had never crossed my mind, and for an instant I was tempted to say it was. But quickly I saw that it would not do. There was the miniature, and that could not be a forgery. No, I answered, I do not think it is a forgery. What then? Said he, so hastily that I could hardly hear. And before I could think what to answer, he said, I must see Lady Davenant. He stepped towards the bell. I threw myself upon his arm. Good heavens, do not, Clarendon, if you are not out of your senses. I am not out of my senses, Cecilia. I am perfectly calm. Answer me one word only. Is this your writing? Oh, my dear Helen, then it was that you saved me. I? Yes, forgive me, Helen, I answered. This is a handwriting so like that you never can tell it from mine. Ask me no more, Clarendon, I said. I saw a flash of light, as it were, come across his face. It was hope, but still it was not certainty. I saw this. Oh, how quick one sees! He pointed to the first words of the letter, held his finger under them, and his hand trembled. Think of his hand trembling. Read, he said, and I read. How I brought myself to pronounce the words, I cannot imagine. I read what, as I hope for mercy, I had no recollection of ever having written. My dear, too dear Henry. Colonel D'Aubigny, said the general. I answered, yes. He looked astonished at my self-possession, and so was I. For another instant his finger rested, pressing down there under the words, and his eyes on my face, as if he would have read into my soul. Ask me no more, I repeated, scarcely able to speak, and something I said, I believe, about honour and not betraying you. He turned to the signature, and putting his hand down upon it, asked, what name is signed to this letter? I answered, I have seen, I know. I believe it is Emma. You knew then of this correspondence? was his next question. I confessed I did. He said that was wrong, but quite a different affair from having been engaged in it myself, or some such word. His countenance cleared, that pale look of the forehead, the fixed purpose of the eye, changed. Oh, I could see, I understood it all with half a glance, saw the natural colour coming back, and tenderness for me returning, yet some doubt lingering still. He stood, and I heard some half-finished sentences. He said that you must have been very young at that time. I said, yes, very young. And the man was a most artful man, he observed. I said, yes, very artful. That was true, I am sure. Clarendon then recollected that you showed some emotion one day when Colonel D'Aubigny was first mentioned. At that time, you know, when we heard of his death. I said nothing. The general went on. I could hardly have believed all this of Helen Stanley, he said. He questioned no farther, and, oh, Helen, what do you think I did next? But it was the only thing left me to put an end to doubts which, to me, must have been fatal. Forgive me, Helen. Tell me what you did, said Helen. Cannot you guess? You told him positively that I wrote the letters. No, not so bad. I never said that downright falsehood. No, I could not. But I did almost as bad. Pray tell me at once, my dear Cecilia. Then, in the first place, I stretched out my hand for the whole packet of letters which lay on the table untouched. Well? Well, he put them into my hands and said, there is no direction on these but to myself. I have not looked at any of them except this, which in ignorance I first opened. I have not read one word of any of the others. Well, said Helen, and what did you do? I said I was not going to read any of the letters, that I was only looking for. Now, Helen, you know, I told you there was something hard in the parcel, something more than papers. I was sure what it must be, the miniature of you, which I painted, you know, that I might have it when you were gone, and which he stole, and pretended before my mother to be admiring your likeness, but he kept it only because it was my painting. I opened the letter in which it was folded. Clarendon darted upon it. It is Helen. And then he said, how like, how beautiful, how unworthy of that man. But oh, Helen, think of what an escape I had next. There was my name, my initials, C.D. at the bottom of the picture, as the painter, and that horrible man, not content with his initials opposite to mine, had on the back written at full length, for Henry D'Aubigny. Clarendon looked at it and said between his teeth, he is dead, thank God, said I. Then he asked me how I came to paint this picture for that man. I answered, oh, how happy then it was for me that I could tell the whole truth about that at least. I answered that I did not do the picture for Colonel D'Aubigny, that it never was given to him, that he stole it from my portfolio, and that we both did what we could to get it back again from him, but could not, and that you even wanted me to tell my mother, but of that I was afraid, and Clarendon said, you were wrong there, my dear Cecilia. I was so touched when I heard him call me his dear Cecilia again, and in his own dear voice, that I burst into tears. That was a great relief to me, and I kept saying over and over again that I was wrong, very wrong indeed, and then he kneeled down beside me, and I felt so his tenderness, his confiding love for me, unworthy as I am. The tears streamed from Lady Cecilia's eyes as she spoke. Quite unworthy. no, not quite unworthy," said Helen. "My poor dear Cecilia, what she must have felt!" "Once," continued Cecilia, "once, Helen, as my head was lying on his shoulder, my face hid, I felt so much love, so much remorse, and knowing I had done nothing really bad, I was tempted to whisper all in his ear. I felt I should be so much happier for ever, ever, if I could. Oh, that you had, my dear Cecilia! I would give anything upon earth for your sake, that you had. Helen, I could not, I could not. It was too late. I should have been undone if I had breathed but a word. When he even suspected the truth, that look, that voice was so terrible. To see it, hear it again, I could not. Oh, Helen, it would have been utter ruin, madness. I grant you, my dear Helen, it might have been done at first, before I was married. Oh, would to heaven it had! But it is useless thinking of that now. Helen, my whole earthly happiness is in your hands. This is all I have to say. May I depend on you?" "Yes, yes, depend upon me, my dearest Cecilia," said Helen. "Now let me go." Lady Cecilia held her one instant longer, to say that she had asked Clarendon to leave it to her to return the letters, "to save you the embarrassment, my dearest Helen." But he answered he must do this himself, and I did not dare to press the matter. But you need not be alarmed. He will be all gentleness to you, he said. It is so different. Do not be afraid. "Afraid for myself," said Helen. "Oh, no. Rest, dear Cecilia, and let me go." "Go then, go," cried Cecilia. "But for you what would become of my mother, of me? You save us all." Believing this, Helen hastened to accomplish her purpose, resolved to go through with it, whatever it might cost. Her scruples vanished, and she felt a sort of triumphant pleasure in the courage of sacrificing herself. End of Volume the Second, Chapter 15. Volume the Second, Chapter 16 of Helen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Helen by Maria Edgeworth. Volume the Second, Chapter 16. General Clarendon was sitting in the music room within the library, the door open, so that he could see Helen the moment she came in, and that moment he threw down his book as he rose, and their eyes met. Hers fell beneath his penetrating glance. He came forward immediately to meet her, with the utmost gentleness and kindness in his whole appearance and manner, took her hand, and, drawing her arm within his, said in the most encouraging voice, "Consider me as your brother, Helen. You know you have allowed me so to feel for you, and so, believe me, I do feel." This kindness quite overcame her, and she burst into tears. He hurried her across the library, into the inner room, seated her, and when he had closed the door, stood beside her, and began, as if he had been to blame, to apologize for himself. "You must have been surprised at my having opened letters which did not belong to me, but there was no direction, no indication that could stop me. They were simply in a cover directed to me. The purpose of whoever sent them must have been to make me read them. The ultimate purpose was, I doubt not, to ruin Lady Cecilia Clarendon, in my opinion."
"Or me,"
said Helen. "No, Miss Stanley, no, that at all events cannot be," said the general. "Supposing the letters to be acknowledged by you, still it would be quite a different affair. But in the first place look at them. They may be forgeries. You will tell me if they are forgeries?" And he placed the packet in her hands. Scarcely looking at the writing, she answered, "No, forgeries I am sure they are not." The general looked again at the direction of the cover, and observed, "This is a feigned hand. Whose can it be?" Helen was on the brink of saying that Cecilia had told her it was like the writing of Carlos. Now this cover had not, to the general's knowledge, been seen by Cecilia, and that one answer might have betrayed all that she was to conceal, for he would instantly have asked how and when did Cecilia see it, and the cause of her fainting would have been then understood by him. Such hazards in every, even the first, least step in falsehood, such hazard in this first moment. But she escaped this peril, and Helen answered, "It is something like the writing of the page Carlos, but I do not think all that direction is his. There seem to be two different hands. I do not know, indeed, how it is." "Some time or other it will come out," said the general. "I will keep this cover. It will lead to the direction of that boy, or whoever it was that employed him." To give her further time, the general went on looking at the miniature, which he held in his hand. "This is a beautiful likeness," said he, "and not ill painted. By Cecilia, was not it?"
Helen looked at it, and answered, "Yes, by Cecilia."
"I am glad it is safe," said the general. "Restored. Cecilia told me the history. I know that it was stolen, not given by you."
"Given!"
said Helen.
"Oh no, stolen."
"Base," said the general.
"He was base,"
answered Helen.
General Clarendon held in his hand, along with the picture, one letter separated from the rest, open. He looked at it as if embarrassed, while Helen spoke the last words, and he repeated, "Base. Yes, he certainly was, or he would have destroyed these letters." Again Helen was on the point of saying that Colonel D'Aubigny had told Cecilia he had done so, but fortunately her agitation, in default of presence of mind, kept her silent. "This is the first letter I opened," said the general, "before I was aware that they were not what I should read. I saw only the first words. I thought then that I had a right to read them. When these letters met my eyes, I conceived them to have been written by my wife. I had a right to satisfy myself respecting the nature of the correspondence. That done, I looked no further. I bore my suspense. I waited till she awoke." "So she told me. Cecilia has told me all. But even if she had not, in any circumstances, who could doubt your honour, General Clarendon?"
"Then trust to it, Miss Stanley. For the past, for the future, trust to it. You gratify me more than I can express. You do me justice. I wished to return these letters to you with my own hand," continued he, "to satisfy myself, in the first place, that there was no mistake. Of that your present candour, indeed, the first look of that ingenuous countenance was sufficient." Helen felt that she blushed all over. "Pardon me for distressing you, my dear Helen. It was a matter in which a man must be selfish,
must in point of honour, must in point of feeling, I owe to your candour not merely relief from what I could not endure and live, but relief from suspicion, suspicion of the truth of one dearer to me than life." Helen sat as if she had been transfixed. "I owe to you," continued he, "the happiness of my whole future life."
"Then I am happy," cried Helen, "happy in this, at all events, whatever may become of me."
She had not yet raised her eyes towards the general. She felt as if her first look must betray Cecilia, but she now tried to fix her eyes upon him as he looked anxiously at her, and she said,
Thank you, General Clarendon. Oh, thank you for all the kindness you have shown me, but I am the more grieved, it makes me more sorry to sink quite in your esteem."
"To sink! You do not. Your candour, your truth, raises you."
"Oh, do not say that."
"I do," repeated the general, "and you may believe me. I am incapable of deceiving you. This is no matter of compliment. Between friend and friend I should count a word, a look of falsehood, treason."
Helen's tears stopped, and, without knowing what she did, she began hastily to gather up the packet of letters which she had let fall. The general assisted her in putting them into her bag, and she closed the strings, thanked him, and was rising, when he went on, "I beg your indulgence, while I say a few words of myself." She sat down again immediately. "Oh, as many as you please."
"I believe I may say I am not of a jealous temper."
"I am sure you are not,"
said Helen. "I thank you," said the general. "May I ask on what your opinion is founded?"
"On what has now passed, and on all that I have heard from Lady Davenant."
He bowed. "You may have heard then from Lady Davenant of some unfortunate circumstances in my own and in a friend's family, which happened a short time before my marriage?"
Helen said she had.
"And of the impression these circumstances made on my mind, my consequent resolve never to marry a woman who had ever had any previous attachment?"
Helen was breathless at hearing all this repeated.
"Were you informed of these particulars?" said the general.
"Yes," said Helen, faintly.
"I am not asking, Miss Stanley, whether you approved of my resolution, simply whether you heard of it?"
"Yes, certainly."
"That's well. It was on an understanding between Cecilia and myself on this point that I married. Did you know this?"
"Yes," said Helen.
"Some words," continued the general, "once fell from Lady Davenant concerning this Colonel D'Aubigny, which alarmed me. Cecilia satisfied me that her mother was mistaken. Cecilia solemnly assured me that she had never loved him."
The general paused. Helen, conceiving that he waited for and required her opinion, replied, "So I always thought, so I often told Lady Davenant." But at this moment, recollecting the words at the beginning of that letter, "My dear, too dear Henry," Helen's voice faltered. The general saw her confusion, but attributed it to her own consciousness.
"Had Lady Davenant not been mistaken," resumed he, "that is to say, had there ever been, as might have happened not unnaturally, had there ever been an attachment, in short, had Cecilia ever loved him, and told me so, I am convinced that such truth and candour would have satisfied me, would have increased, as I now feel, increased my esteem. I am at this moment convinced that, in spite of my declared resolution, I should in perfect confidence have married."
Oh, that Cecilia had but told him, thought Helen.
I should not, my dear Miss Stanley, continued the general, have thus taken up your time talking of myself, had I not an important purpose in view. I was desirous to do away in your mind the idea of my great strictness, not on my own account, but on yours. I wished to dispel this notion. Now you will no longer, I trust, apprehend that my esteem for you is diminished. I assure you I can make allowances."
She was shocked at the idea of allowances, yet thanked him for his indulgence, and she could hardly refrain from again bursting into tears.
"Still by your agitation I see you are afraid of me,"
said he, smiling. "No, indeed, not afraid of you, but shocked at what you must think of me."
"I am not surprised, but sorry to see the alarm I gave my poor Cecilia this morning has passed from her mind into yours. To her I must have appeared harsh. I was severe, but when I thought I had been deceived, duped, can you wonder?"
Helen turned her eyes away.
"My dear Miss Stanley, why will you not distinguish? The cases are essentially different. 9 out of 10 of the young ladies who marry in these countries do not marry the first object of their fancy, and whenever there is, as there will be, I am sure, in your case, perfect candour, I do not apprehend the slightest danger to the happiness of either party. On the contrary, I should foretell an increase of esteem and love. Beauclerc has often
Beauclerc's voice was at this instant heard in the hall.
"Compose yourself, my dear Miss Stanley.
This way," said the general, opening a door into the conservatory, for he had heard Beauclerc's step now in the library. The general followed Helen as she left the room, and touching the bag that contained the letters, said,
"Remember, whatever may be your hurry, lock this up first."
"Thank you," answered she, "I will, I will," and she hastened on, and in a moment she was safe across the hall and upstairs, without meeting any one, and in her own room, and the bag locked up in her cabinet. Lady Davenant's bell rang as she went to her apartment. She looked in at Cecilia, who started up in her bed. "All is over," said Helen, "all is well. I have the letters locked up. I cannot stay." Helen disengaged herself almost forcibly from Cecilia's embrace, and she was in Lady Davenant's room in another minute. She bade her good morning as composedly as she could, she thought quite as usual, but that was impossible, so much the better, for it would not have been natural this last morning of Lady Davenant's stay, when nothing was as usual externally or internally. All was preparation for departure, her maids packing, Lady Davenant making some last arrangements, in the midst of which she stopped to notice Helen, pressed her in her arms, and after looking once in her face, said, "My poor child, it must be so." Elliot interrupted, asking some question, purposely to draw off her attention, and while she turned about to give some orders to another servant, Elliot said to Miss Stanley, "My lady was not well last night. She must be kept from all that can agitate her as much as possible." Helen at that instant rejoiced that she had done what she had. She agreed with Elliot, she said, that all emotion which could be avoided should, and upon this principle busied herself, and was glad to employ herself in whatever she could to assist the preparations, avoiding all conversation with Lady Davenant. "You are right, my love, quite right," said Lady Davenant. "The best way is always to employ one's self, always to the last. Yes, put up those drawings carefully.
in this portfolio, Elliot. Take silver paper, Helen." They were Helen's own drawings, so all went on, and all was safe, even when Cecilia was spoken of, while the silver paper went over the drawings. Helen answered that she had seen her. "She was not well, but still not seriously ill, though." "Yes," said Lady Davenant, "only the general is too anxious about her, very naturally. He sent me word just now," continued she, "that he has forbidden her to get up before breakfast. I will go and see her now. Dear Cecilia! I hope she will do well, every way. I feel sure of it, Helen, sure as you do yourself, my dear. But what is the matter?" "Nothing," said Helen. That was not quite true, but she could not help it. "Nothing," repeated she. "Only I am anxious, my dear Lady Davenant," continued poor Helen, blundering, unaccustomed to evasions, "only I am very anxious you should go soon to Cecilia. I know she is awake now, and you will be hurried after breakfast." Elliot looked reproachfully at Miss Stanley, for she thought it much better for her lady to be engaged in more indifferent matters till after breakfast, when she would have but a few minutes to spend with her daughter. So Helen, correcting herself, added, "But perhaps I'm wrong. Do not let me interrupt you in whatever you are doing." "My dear child," said Lady Davenant, "you do not know what you are saying or doing yourself this morning." But no suspicion was excited in her mind, as she accounted for Helen's perturbation by the sorrow of their approaching separation, and by the hurry of her spirits at Beauclerc's arrival the day before. And then came the meeting the general at breakfast, which Helen dreaded, but so composed, so impenetrable was he that she could hardly believe that anything could have occurred that morning to agitate him. Lady Davenant, after being with her daughter, came to take leave of Helen, and said gravely, "Helen, remember what I said of Cecilia's truth. My trust is in you. Remember, if I never see you again, by all the love and esteem I bear you, and all which you feel for me, remember this my last request, prayer, adjuration to you, support, save Cecilia." At that moment the general came to announce that the carriage was ready. Promptly he led her away, handed her in, and the order to drive on was given. Lady Davenant's last look, her last anxious smile, was upon Helen and Beauclerc, as they stood beside each other on the steps, and she was gone. Helen was so excessively agitated that Beauclerc did not attempt to detain her from hurrying to her own room, where she sat down, and endeavoured to compose herself. She repeated Lady Davenant's last words, "Support, save Cecilia," and, unlocking the cabinet in which she had deposited the fatal letters, she seized the bag that contained them and went immediately to Cecilia. She was in her dressing room, and the general sitting beside her on the sofa upon which she was resting. He was sitting directly opposite to Helen as she entered. She started at the sight of him. His eye instantly fell upon the bag, and she felt her face suddenly flush. He took out his watch, said he had an appointment, and was gone before Helen raised her eyes. "My dearest friend, come to me, come close to me," cried Cecilia, and throwing her arms round Helen, she said, "Oh, I am the happiest creature now!" "Are you?" said Helen. "Yes, that I am, and I thank you for it. How much I thank you, Helen, it is impossible to express. And better I love you than anything upon earth but Clarendon himself, my best friend, my generous Helen. Oh, Clarendon has been so kind, so very kind, so sorry for having alarmed me. He is a noble, charming creature. I love him 1,000 times better than I ever did, am happier than I ever was, and all this I owe to you, dearest Helen. But I cannot get your eyes from that bag. What have you there?" "The letters," said Helen. "The letters!" exclaimed Cecilia, springing up. "Give them to me," seizing and opening the bag. "Oh, that dreadful perfume! Helen, open the window and bolt the door, my dear, both doors." While Helen was doing so, Cecilia struck one little quick blow on a taper lighter. It flared, and when Helen turned, one of the letters was in flames, and Cecilia continued feeding the flame with them as fast as ever it could devour. "Burn, burn! There, there!" cried she. "I would not look at any one of them again for the world. I know no more what is in them than if I had never written them, except those horrid, horrid words Clarendon saw, and showed me. I cannot bear to think of it. There now," continued she as they burned, "no one can ever know anything more about the matter. How glad I am to see them burnt, safe. The smell will go off in a minute or two. It is going, yes, gone, is it not? Now we may breathe freely. But you look as if you did not know whether you were glad or sorry, Helen." "I believe it was right. The general advised me to lock them up," said Helen. "But then—" "Did he? How thoughtful of him! But better to burn them at once. I am sure it was not my fault that they were not long ago destroyed. I was assured by that abominable man. But no matter, we will never think of him again. It is done now. No, not completely yet," said she, looking close at the half white, half black burnt paper, in which words and whole lines still appeared in shrunken but yet quite legible characters. "One cannot be too careful," and she trampled on the burnt paper and scattered the cinders. Helen was anxious to speak. She had something important to say, but hesitated. She saw that Cecilia's thoughts were so far from what she had wanted to speak of that she could not instantly say it. She could not bear to overturn all Cecilia's present happiness, and yet said to herself, I must, or what may happen hereafter?" Then forcing herself to speak, she began. "Your mother is safe now, Cecilia." "Oh, yes, and thank you for that." "Then now, Cecilia, your promise." "My promise!" Lady Cecilia's eyes opened in unfeigned astonishment. "What promise? Oh, I recollect, I promised, did I? My dear Cecilia, surely you cannot have forgotten." "How was it?" "You know the reason I consented was to prevent the danger of any shock to Lady Davenant." "Well, I know, but what did I promise?" The words had, in reality, passed Lady Cecilia's lips at the time without her at all considering them as a promise, only as a means of persuasion to bring Helen to her point. "What did I promise?" repeated she. "You said, as soon as my mother is safe, as soon as she is gone, I will tell my husband all. Cecilia, you cannot forget what you promised." "Oh no, now I remember it perfectly, but I did not mean so soon. I never imagined you would claim it so soon, but some time I certainly will tell him all." "Do not put it off, dearest Cecilia. It must be done. Let it be done to day." "To day!" Lady Cecilia almost screamed. "I will tell you why," said Helen. "To day!" repeated Lady Cecilia. "If we let the present now pass,"
continued Helen, we shall lose both the power and the opportunity, believe me. I have not the power, Helen, and I do not know what you mean by the opportunity," said Cecilia. "We have a reason now to give General Clarendon a true good reason for what we have done." "Reason!" cried Lady Cecilia, "what can you mean?" "That it was to prevent danger to your mother, and now she is safe, and if you tell him directly, he will see this was really so." "That is true, but I cannot. Wait till to morrow, at least." "Every day will make it more difficult. The deception will be greater, and less pardonable. If we delay, it will become deliberate falsehood, a sort of conspiracy between us," said Helen. "Conspiracy! Oh, Helen, do not use such a shocking word, when it is really nothing at all." "Then why not tell it?" urged Helen. "Because, though it is nothing at all in reality, yet Clarendon would think it dreadful, though I have done nothing really wrong." "So I say, so I know," cried Helen. "Therefore let me take my own time," said Cecilia. "How can you urge me so?" "Hurrying me so terribly, and when I am but just recovered from one misery, and when you had made me so happy, and when I was thanking you with all my heart." Helen was much moved, but answered as steadily as she could. "It seems cruel, but indeed I am not cruel." "When you had raised me up," continued Cecilia, "to dash me down again, and leave me worse than ever." "Not worse, no, surely not worse, when your mother is safe." "Yes, safe, thank you; but oh, Helen, have you no feeling for your own Cecilia?" "The greatest," answered Helen, and her tears said the rest. "You, Helen, I never could have thought you would have urged me so." "Oh, Cecilia, if you knew the pain it was to me to make you unhappy again! But I assure you it is for your own sake. Dearest Cecilia, let me tell you all that General Clarendon said about it, and then you will know my reasons." She repeated as quickly as she could all that had passed between her and the general, and when she came to this declaration that, if Cecilia had told him plainly the fact before, he would have married her with perfect confidence, and, as he believed, with increased esteem and love, Cecilia started up from the sofa on which she had thrown herself, and exclaimed, "Oh, that I had but known this at the time, and I would have told him!" "It is still time," said Helen. "Time now! Impossible! His look this morning, oh, that look!" "But what is one look, my dear Cecilia, compared with a whole life of confidence and happiness?" "A life of happiness! Never, never for me, in that way at least, never." "In that way and no other, Cecilia, believe me. I am certain you never could endure to go on concealing this, living with him you love so, yet deceiving him." "Deceiving! Do not call it deceiving. It is only suppressing a fact that would give him pain. And when he can have no suspicion, why give him that pain? I am afraid of nothing now but this timidity of yours, this going back. Just before you came in, Clarendon was saying how much he admired your truth and candour, how much he is obliged to you for saving him from endless misery. He said so to me. That was what made me so completely happy. I saw that it was all right for you as well as me, that you had not sunk, that you had risen in his esteem. But I must sink, Cecilia, in his esteem, and now it hangs upon a single point, upon my doing what I cannot do." Then she repeated what the general had said about that perfect openness which he was sure there would be in this case between her and Beauclerc. "You see what the general expects that I should do." "Yes," said Cecilia, and then indeed she looked much disturbed. "I am very sorry that this notion of your telling Beauclerc came into Clarendon's head. Very, very sorry, for he will not forget it. And yet, after all," continued she, "he will never ask you point blank, have you told Beauclerc? And still more impossible that he should ask Beauclerc about it." "Cecilia," said Helen, "if it were only for myself I would say no more. There is nothing I would not endure, that I would not sacrifice, even my utmost happiness." She stopped and blushed deeply. "Oh, my dearest Helen, do you think I could let you ever hazard that? If I thought there was the least chance of injuring you with Granville, I would do anything, I would throw myself at Clarendon's feet this instant." "This instant! I wish he was here," cried Helen. "Good heavens! Do you?" cried Lady Cecilia, looking at the door with terror. She thought she heard his step. "Yes, if you would but tell him. Oh, let me call him." "Oh, no, no! Spare me, I cannot speak now. I could not utter the words. I should not know what words to use. Tell him if you will, I cannot." "May I tell him?" said Helen eagerly. "No, no, that would be worse. If anybody tells him it must be myself." "Then you will now, when he comes in?" "He is coming!" cried Cecilia. General Clarendon came to the door. It was bolted. "In a few minutes," said Helen. Lady Cecilia did not speak, but listened, as in agony, to his receding footsteps. "In a few minutes, Helen, did you say? Then there is nothing for me now, but to die. I wish I could die. I wish I was dead." Helen felt she was cruel. She began to doubt her own motives. She thought she had been selfish in urging Cecilia too strongly, and going to her kindly, she said, "Take your own time, my dear Cecilia, only tell him soon." I will indeed, when I can, but now I am quite exhausted." "You are indeed," said Helen. "How cruel I've been! How pale you are!" Lady Cecilia lay down on the sofa, and Helen covered her with a soft India shawl, trembling so much herself that she could hardly stand. Thank you, dear, kind Helen. Tell him I am going to sleep, and I am sure I hope I shall." Helen closed the shutters. She had done now all she could. She feared she had done too much, and as she left the room, she said to herself, "Oh, Lady Davenant, if you could see, if you knew, what it cost me." End of volume the second, chapter 16. End of volume the second.
Volume the third, Chapter 1 of Helen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Diaz II. Helen by Maria Edgeworth. Volume the third, Chapter 1. The overwrought state of Helen's feelings was relieved by a walk with Beauclerc, not in the dressed part of the park, but in what was generally undiscovered country, a dingle, a bosky dale, which he had found out in his rambles, and which, though so little distant from the busy hum of men, had a wonderful air of romantic seclusion and stillness, the stillness of evening. The sun had not set, Its rich red light yet lingered on the still remaining autumn tint upon the trees. The birds hopped fearlessly from bough to bough, as if this sweet spot were all their own. The cattle were quietly grazing below, or slowly winding their way to the watering place. By degrees the sounds of evening faded away upon the ear, a faint chirrup here and there, not yet gone to roost, and now only the humming of the flies over the water were to be heard. It was perfect repose, and Beauclerc and Helen sat down on the bank to enjoy it together. The sympathy of the woman he loved, especially in his enjoyment of the beauties of nature, was to Beauclerc an absolute necessary of life. Nor would he have been contented with that show taste for the picturesque, which is, as he knew, merely one of a modern young lady's many accomplishments. Helen's taste was natural, and he was glad to feel it so true, and for him here alone expressed with such peculiar heightened feeling, as if she had in all nature now a new sense of delight. He had brought her here in hopes that she would be struck with this spot, not only because it was beautiful in itself and his discovery, but because it was like another bushy dale and bosky bourne, of which he had been, from childhood, fond, in another place of which he hoped she would soon be mistress. Soon, very soon, Helen, he repeated, in a tone which could not be heard by her with indifference. He said that some of his friends in London told him that the report of their intended union had been spread everywhere, by Lady Katrine Hawksby, probably, as Cecilia, when Lady Castlefort departed, had confided to her to settle her mind about Beauclerc, that he was coming over as Miss Stanley's acknowledged lover. And since the report had been so spread, the sooner the marriage took place, the better. At least it was a plea which Beauclerc failed not to urge, and Helen's delicacy failed not to feel. She sighed, she smiled. The day was named, and the moment she consented to be his, nothing could be thought of but him. Yet even while he poured out all his soul, while he enjoyed the satisfaction there is in perfect unreservedness of confidence, Helen felt a pain mixed with her pleasure. She felt there was one thing she could not tell him, he who had told her everything, all his faults and follies. Oh, why, thought she, why cannot I tell him everything, I who have no secrets of my own? Why should I be forced to keep the secrets of another? In confusion, scarcely finished, these ideas came across her mind, and she sighed deeply. Beauclerc asked why, and she could not tell him. She was silent, and he did not reiterate the indiscreet question. He was sure she thought of Lady Davenant, and he now spoke of the regret he felt, that she could not be present at their marriage, and Lord Davenant too. Beauclerc said he hoped that Lord Davenant, who loved Helen as if she were his own daughter, would have been the person to act as her father at the ceremony, but the General, his friend, and hers would now. Beauclerc said, give her to him, and would, he was sure, take pleasure in thus publicly marking his approbation of his ward's choice. They rose, and going down the path to the river's side, they reached a little cove where he had moored his boat, and they returned home by water, the moon just visible, the air so still, all so placid, so delightful, and Beauclerc so happy, that she could not but be happy, yes, quite happy too. They reached the shore just as the lamps were lighting in the house. As they went in, they met the General, who said, in good time, and he smiled on Helen as she passed. It is all settled, whispered Beauclerc to him, and you are to give her away. With pleasure, said the General. As Helen went upstairs, she said to herself, I understand the General's smile. He thinks I have followed his advice. He thinks I have told all, and I can only be silent. There was a great dinner party, but the General, not thinking Cecilia quite equal to it, had engaged Mrs. Holdernesse, a relation of his own, to do the honours of the day. Lady Cecilia came into the drawing-room in the evening, but after paying her compliments to the company, she gladly followed the General's advice, and retired to the music-room. Helen went with her, and Beauclerc followed. Lady Cecilia sat down to play at écarté with him, and Helen tuned her harp. The General came in for a few minutes, he said, to escape from two young ladies, who had talked him half dead about craniology. He stood leaning on the mantelpiece, and looked over the game. Lady Cecilia wanted counters, and she begged Beauclerc to look for some which she believed he would find in the drawer of a table that was behind him. Beauclerc opened the drawer, but no sooner had he done so, than in admiration of something he discovered there, he exclaimed, "Beautiful, beautiful, and how like!" It was the miniature of Helen, and besides the miniature, further back in the drawer, Lady Cecilia saw. How quick is the eye of guilty fear! Could it be? Yes, one of the fatal letters, the letter. Nothing but the picture had yet been seen by the General, or by Beauclerc. Lady Cecilia stretched behind her husband, whose eyes were upon the miniature, and closed the drawer. It was all she could do. It was impossible for her to reach the letter. Beauclerc, holding the picture to the light, repeated, "Beautiful! Who did it? Whom is it for? General, look!" "Do you know it?" "Yes, to be sure," replied the General. "Miss Stanley." "You have seen it before?" "Yes," said the General coldly. "It is very like. Who did it?" "I did it," cried Lady Cecilia, who now recovered her voice. "You, my dear Lady Cecilia! Whom for? For me? Is it for me?" "For you? It may be, hereafter, perhaps." "Oh, thank you, my dear Lady Cecilia," cried Beauclerc. "If you behave well, perhaps," added she. The General heard his wife's tremulous tone, and saw in her half confusion, half attempt at playfulness, only an amiable anxiety to save her friend. And to give her time to recover from her dismay, he at once perceived that Helen had not followed the course he had suggested, that she had not told Beauclerc, and did not intend that he should be told the whole truth. The General looked extremely grave. Beauclerc gave a glance around the room. "Here is some mystery," said he, now first seeing Helen's disconcerted countenance. Then he turned on the General a look of eager inquiry. "Some mystery, certainly," said he, "with which I am not to be made acquainted." "If there be any mystery," said the General, "with which you are not to be made acquainted, I am neither the adviser nor abettor. Neither in jest nor earnest am I ever an adviser of mystery." While her husband thus spoke, Lady Cecilia made another attempt to possess herself of the letter. This time she rose decidedly, and putting aside the little écarté table, which was in her way, pressed forward to the drawer, saying something about counters. Her cashmere caught on Helen's harp, and in her eager spring forward, it would have been overset, but that the General felt, turned, and caught it. "What are you about, my dear Cecilia? What do you want?" "Nothing, nothing. Thank you, my dear. Nothing now." Then she did not dare to open the drawer, or to let him open it, and anxiously drew away his attention, by pointing to a footstool which she seemed to want. "Could not you ask me for it, my dear, without disturbing yourself? What are men made for?" Beauclerc, after a sort of absent effort to join in quest of the footstool, had returned eagerly to the picture, and looking at it more closely, he saw the letter C.D. written in small characters in one corner. And just as his eye turned to the other corner, Lady Cecilia, recollecting what initials were there, started up and snatched it from his hand. "Oh, Granville," cried she, "you must not look at this picture any more till I have done something to it." Beauclerc was trying to catch another look at it, when Cecilia cried out, "Take it, Helen, take it!" And she held it up on high, but as she held it, though she turned the face from him, she forgot, quite forgot, that Colonel D'Aubigny had written his name on the back of the picture, and there it was in distinct characters, such as be plainly read at that height, "For Henry D'Aubigny." Beauclerc saw, and gave one glance at Helen. He made no further attempt to reach the picture. Lady Cecilia, not aware of what he had seen, repeated, "Helen, Helen, why don't you take it? Now, now." Helen could not stir. The General took the picture from his wife's hand, gave it to Miss Stanley without looking at her, and said to Lady Cecilia, "Pray keep yourself quiet, Cecilia. You have done enough, too much today. Sit down, said he, rolling her armchair close, and seating her. Keep yourself quiet, I beg, in the tone of I insist. She sat down, but catching a view of Beauclerc, was alarmed by his aspect, and Helen, her head was bent down behind the harp. Lady Cecilia did not know yet distinctly what had happened. The general pressed her to lean back on the cushions, which he was piling up behind her. Beauclerc made a step towards Helen, but checking himself, turned to the écarté table. Those counters, after all, that we were looking for. As he spoke, he pulled open the drawer, the general with his back to him, standing before Lady Cecilia. She could not see what Beauclerc was doing, but she heard the drawer open, and cried out, "Not there, Beauclerc, no counters there, you need not look there." But before she spoke, he had given a sudden pull to the drawer, which brought it quite out. All the contents fell upon the floor, and there was the fatal letter, open, and the words, "My dear, too dear Henry," instantly met his eyes. He looked no farther, but in that single glance the writing seemed to him to be Lady Cecilia's, and quick his eye turned upon her. She kept perfectly quiet, and appeared to him perfectly composed. His eye then darted in search of Helen. She had sunk upon a seat behind the harp. Through the harp strings he caught a glimpse of her face. All pale, crimsoned, it grew as he advanced. She rose instantly, took up the letter, and without speaking or looking at anyone, tore it to pieces. Beauclerc in motionless astonishment. Lady Cecilia breathed again. The general's countenance expressed, "I interfere no farther." He left the room, and Beauclerc, without another look at Helen, followed him. For some moments after Lady Cecilia and Helen were left alone, there was a dead silence. Lady Cecilia sat with her eyes fixed upon the door through which her husband and Beauclerc had passed. She thought that Beauclerc might return, but when she found that he did not, she went to Helen, who had covered her face with her hands. "My dearest friend," said Lady Cecilia, "thank you, thank you. You did the best that was possible." "Oh, Cecilia!" exclaimed Helen, "to what have you exposed me?" "How did it all happen?" continued Cecilia. "Why was not that letter burnt with the rest? How came it there? Can you tell me?" "I do not know," said Helen. "I cannot recollect." But after some effort, she remembered that in the morning, while the general had been talking to her, she had, in her confusion, when she took the packet, laid picture and that letter beside her on the arm of the chair. She had, in her hurry of putting the other letters into her bag, forgotten this and the picture, and she supposed that they had fallen between the chair and the wall, and that they had been found and put into the table drawer by one of the servants. Helen was hastening out of the room. Cecilia detained her. "Do not go, my dear, for that would look as if you were guilty, and you know you are innocent. At the first sound of your harp, Beauclerc will return. Only command yourself for 1 hour or 2. "Yes, it will only be for an hour or 2, said Helen, brightening with hope. "You will tell the general to-night. Do you think Granville will come back? Where is the harp key? I dropped it. Here it is." She began to tune the harp. Crack went one string, then another. "That is lucky," said Lady Cecilia. "It will give you something to do, my love, if the people come in." The aide-de-camp entered. "I thought I heard harp strings going," said he. "Several, yes," said Lady Cecilia, standing full in his way. "Inauspicious sounds for us. Had omens for my embassy. Mrs. Holdernesse sent me." "I know," said Lady Cecilia, "and you will have the goodness to tell her that Miss Stanley's harp is unstrung." "Can I be of any use, Miss Stanley?" said he, moving towards the harp. "No, no," cried Lady Cecilia. "You are in my service. Attend to me." "Dear me, Lady Cecilia, I did not hear what you said. That is, what I complain of. Hear me now." "I am all attention, I am sure. What are your commands?" She gave him as many as his head could hold. A long message to Mrs. Holdernesse, and to Miss Holdernesse and Miss Anna, about their music books, which had been left in the carriage, and were to be sent for, and duets to be played, and glees, for the Major and Lady Anne Ruthven. "Good heavens! I cannot remember any more," cried the aide-de-camp. Then go off, and say and do all before you come back again, said Lady Cecilia. What amazing presence of mind you have, said Helen. How can you say so much, and think of everything? The aide-de-camp performed all her behests to admiration, and was rewarded by promotion to the high office of Turnover-General of the Leaves of the Music Books, an office requiring, as her ladyship remarked to Miss Holdernesse, prompt eye and ear, all his distinguished gallantry. By such compliments she fixed him to the pianoforte. While his curiosity and all his feelings be subordinate to his vanity were prevented from straying to Miss Stanley and her harp-stringing, a work still doing, still to do. All the arrangements succeeded as Lady Cecilia's arrangements usually did. Helen heard the eternal buzz of conversation and the clang of instruments, and then the harmony of music, all as in a dream, or as at the theatre, when the thoughts are absent or the feelings preoccupied. And in this dreamy state she performed the operation of putting in harp-strings quite well. And when she was at last called upon by Cecilia, who gave her due notice and time, she sat and played automatically, without soul or spirit, but so do so many others. It passed charmingly till a door softly opened behind her, and she saw the shadow on the wall, and someone stood and passed from behind her. There was an end of her playing, however, from her just dread of making a scene. She commanded herself so powerfully, that except her timidity, nothing was observed by the company, and that timidity was pitied by the good-natured Mrs. Holdernesse, who said to her daughter, Anne, we must not press Miss Stanley any more. She, who is always so obliging, is tired now. She then made way for Helen to pass, who, thanking her with such a look as might be given for a life saved, quitted the harp, and the crowd, closing behind her happily, thought of her no more. She retreated to the darkest spot of the room, and sat down. She did not dare look towards what she most wished to see. Her eyes were fixed upon the face of the young lady singing, and yet she saw not one feature of that face, while she knew without looking, or seeming to look, exactly where Beauclerc stood. He had stationed himself in a doorway into the drawing-room. There, leaning back against the wall, he stood and never stirred. Helen was so anxious to get one clear view of the expression of his countenance, that at last she ventured to move a little, and from behind the broad back of a great man she looked. Beauclerc's eyes met hers. How different from their expression when they were sitting on the bank together but a few short hours before! He left the doorway instantly, and placed himself where Helen could see him no more. Of all the rest of what passed this evening she knew nothing. She felt only a sort of astonishment at everybody's gaiety, and a sense of the time being intolerably long. She thought that all these people never would go away, that their carriages never would be announced. But before it came to that time, General Clarendon insisted upon Lady Cecilia's retiring. I must, said he, play the tyrant, Cecilia. You have done too much to-day. Mrs. Holdernesse shall hold your place. He carried Cecilia off, and Helen thought or fancied that he looked about for her. Glad to escape, she followed close behind. The general did not offer his arm, or appear to notice her. When she came to the door leading to the staircase, there was Beauclerc, standing with folded arms, as in the music-room. He just bowed his head, and wished Lady Cecilia a good night, and waited without a word for Helen to pass, or not to pass, as she thought fit. She saw by his look that he expected explanation, but till she knew what Cecilia meant to do, how could she explain? To say nothing, to bear to be suspected, was all she could do, without betraying her friend. That word betray, that thought ruled her. She passed him. Good night, she could not then say. He bowed as she passed, and she heard no good night sound. And there was the general, in the hall to be passed also, before she could reach the staircase up which Cecilia was going. When he saw Helen, with a look of surprise, as it seemed to her of disapproving surprise, he said, Are you gone, Miss Stanley? The look, the tone, struck cold to her heart. He continued, Though I drove Cecilia away, I did not mean to drive you away too. It is early. Is it? I thought it was very late. No, and if you can, I hope you will return." There was a meaning in his eye, which she well understood. "Thank you," said she. "If I can, certainly. I hope you can and will." "Oh, thank you, but I must first see Cecilia," she was going to say. But afraid of implicating her, she changed the sentence to, "I must first consider." "Consider what? The devil," thought he, and his countenance was instantly angrily suited to the thought. Helen hesitated. "Do not let me distress you farther, Miss Stanley, unavailingly. And since I shall not have the pleasure of seeing you again this evening," concluded he, in a constrained voice, "I have the honour to wish you a good night." He returned to the music room. End of Volume the Third, Chapter 1. Recording by Chad Diaz II. Volume the Third, Chapter 2 of Helen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Diaz II. Helen by Maria Edgeworth, Volume the Third, Chapter 2. Helen instantly went to Cecilia's room. Felicie was with her. Helen expected Lady Cecilia would dismiss her instantly, but Mademoiselle was chattering. Helen had sometimes thought Cecilia let her talk too much, but tonight it was insufferable. Helen was too impatient, too anxious to bear it. "Cecilia, my dear, I want to speak to you alone, as soon as you can, in my own room." "As soon as possible," Cecilia answered in a voice not natural, and she came, but not as soon as possible, shut the door behind her, showing that she had not dismissed Felicie, and with hair dishevelled, as if hastening back to her room, said, "I am in a hurry. The general ordered me to make haste, and not to be an hour undressing." "I will not keep you a moment," said Helen. "I am in as great a hurry as you can be. Beauclerc is waiting for me." "Waiting for you at this time of night? Oh, my dear, he cannot be standing there with his arms folded all this time." Helen repeated what the general had said, and ended with, "I am determined to return." "No, no," Lady Cecilia said. The general could not advise her going back at this time of night, and with rapidity and confusion she poured out a multitude of dissuasive arguments, some contradicting the others. "At this time of night? The world is not gone, and Beauclerc is in the midst of them by this time, you may be sure. You don't think he is standing alone there all this time. You could not speak to him before all the world. Don't attempt it. You would only expose yourself. You would make a scene at last, undo all, and come to disgrace, and ruin me and yourself. I know you would, Helen. And if you were to send for him, into the library, alone, the servants would know it, and the company gone. And after all, for you, my dear, to make the first advance to reconciliation. If he is angry, I don't think that would be quite dignified, quite like you, Helen. The general thinks it right, and I am sure he would not advise anything improper, undignified. It does not signify, Cecilia. I am determined. I will go." Trembling, she grew absolutely desperate from fear. "I am afraid you have forgot your promise, Cecilia. You said that I could bear it for 1 hour. It would be over. Did you not promise me that if any difficulty came between me and—" She stopped short. She had felt indignant, but when she looked at Cecilia, and saw her tears, she could not go on. "Oh, Helen," cried Cecilia, "I do not ask you to pity me. You cannot know what I suffer. You are innocent, and I have done so wrong. You cannot pity me." I do," cried Helen, "from the bottom of my heart. Only trust me, dear Cecilia. Let me go down." Lady Cecilia sprang between her and the door. Hear me, Helen. Do not go tonight, and cost what it will, cost me what it may, since it has come to this between you. I will confess all this night. I will tell all to the general, and clear you with him, and with Granville. What more can you ask? What more can I do, Helen? And will you go? No, my dear Cecilia. Since you promise me this, I will not go now. Be satisfied then, and rest. For me there is no rest." So saying, Cecilia slowly left the room. Helen could not sleep. This was the second wretched night she had passed in that most miserable of all uncertainty, whether she was right or wrong. In the morning, to Helen's astonishment, Cecilia's first words were about a dream. "Oh, my dear Helen, I have had such a dream. I do not usually mind dreams in the least, but I must own to you that this has made an impression. My dear, I can hardly tell it. I can scarcely bear to think of it. I thought that Clarendon and I were sitting together, and my hand was on his shoulder, and I had worked myself up. I was just going to speak. He was winding up his watch, and I leaned forward to see his face better. He looked up, and it was not him. It was Colonel D'Aubigny, come to life. The door opened. Clarendon appeared. His eyes were upon me, but I do not know what came afterwards. All was confusion and fighting. And then I was with that nurse my mother recommended, and an infant in her arms. I was going to take the child, when Clarendon snatched it, and threw it into the flames. Oh, I awoke with a scream. How glad you must have been, said Helen, to awake and find it was only a dream. But when I screamed, continued Cecilia, Clarendon started up and asked if I was in pain. Not of body, I said, and then, oh, Helen! Then I thought I would begin. Not of body, I said, but of mind. Then I added I was thinking of Helen and Beauclerc. Clarendon said, so was I, but there is no use in thinking of it. We can do no good. Then, I said, suppose, Clarendon, only suppose that Helen, without saying anything, were to let this matter pass off with Beauclerc. Clarendon answered, it would not pass off with Beauclerc. But, said I do not mean without any explanation at all. Only suppose that Helen did not enter into any particulars. Do not you think, Clarendon, that things would go on well enough? No, he said, decidedly no. Do you mean, said I, things would not go on at all? I do not say not at all, he answered, but well, they would not go on. I am sure the General is right, said Helen. Then, continued Lady Cecilia, then I put the question differently. I wanted to feel my way, to try whether I could possibly venture upon my own confession. Consider it this way, Clarendon, I said. Take it for granted that Helen did somehow arrange that Beauclerc were to be satisfied without any formal explanation. Formal, said he. I will not say formal, said I, but without a full explanation. In short, suppose that from mere timidity Helen did not exactly tell him the whole before marriage, put it off till afterwards, then told him all candidly. Do you think, Clarendon, that if you were in Beauclerc's place, I quite stammered when I came to this, do you think you could pardon, or forgive, or esteem, or love? I intended to end with, but he interrupted me with, I do not know, very shortly, and added, I hope this is not what Miss Stanley intends to do. Oh, what did you answer? Cried Helen. I said I did not know. My dear Helen, it was the only thing I could say. What would Clarendon have thought after all my supposes if I had said anything else? He must have seen the truth. And that he is not to see, said Helen. And how false he must think me. No, no, for I told him, continued Lady Cecilia, that I was sure you wished always to tell the whole truth about everything, but that there might be circumstances where you really could not, and where I, knowing all circumstances, could not advise it. He said, Cecilia, I desire you will not advise or interfere any farther in this matter. Promise me, Cecilia. He spoke sternly, and I promised as fast as I could. Do nothing? Say nothing more about it, he repeated. And now, after that, could I go on, Helen? No, indeed, I do not think you could, my dear Cecilia. I really think you could not, said Helen, much moved. And do you forgive me, my dear, good? But seeing Helen change colour, Lady Cecilia, following her eye and looking out the window, started up, exclaiming, there is Beauclerc. I see him in my mother's walk. I will go to him this minute. Yes, I will trust him. I will tell him all instantly. Helen caught hold of her and stopped her. Surprised, Cecilia said, do not stop me. I may never have the courage again if stopped now. Do not stop me, Helen. I must, Cecilia. General Clarendon desired you not to interfere in the matter. But this is not interfering, only interposing to prevent mischief. But, Cecilia, continued Helen eagerly, another reason has just struck me. I wish reasons would not strike you. Let me go. Oh, Helen, it is for you. And it is for you I speak, Cecilia, said Helen as fast as she could. If you told Beauclerc, You never could afterwards tell the General. It would be a new difficulty. You know the General could never endure your having confessed this to any man but himself trusted. Beauclerk rather than your husband." Cecilia stopped and stood silent. "My dear Cecilia," continued Helen, "you must leave me to my own judgment now." And breaking from Cecilia, she left the room. She hurried out to meet Beauclerk. He stopped on seeing her, and then came forward with an air of evident deliberation. "Do you wish to speak to me, Miss Stanley?" "Miss Stanley!" cried Helen. "It has come to this, and without hearing me, without hearing you, Helen? Was not I ready last night to hear you? Without hearing you. Have not you kept me in torture, the worst of tortures, suspense? Why did not you speak to me last night? I could not. Why? "I cannot tell you," said she. "Then I can tell you, Helen. You can, and I will. Helen, you could not speak to me till you had consulted, arranged, settled what was to be said, what not to be said, what told, what left untold." Between each half sentence he darted looks at her, defying hers to contradict. And she could not contradict by word or look. "You could not speak," continued he passionately, "till you had well determined what was to be told, what left untold, to me, Helen, your confiding, devoted, accepted lover. For I protest before heaven, had I knelt at the altar with you, Helen Stanley, not more yours, not more mine, could I have deemed you, not more secure of your love and truth, your truth, for what is love without it, not more secure of perfect felicity could I have been on earth than I was when we two sat together but yesterday evening on that bank. Your words, your looks, and still your looks, but what signify tears? Tears, women's tears. Oh, what is woman, and what is man that believes her, weaker still? Hear me, hear me!" "Hear you? No, Helen. Do not now ask me to hear you. Do not force me to hear you. Do not debase, do not sully that perfect image of truth. Do not sink yourself, Helen, from that height at which it was my entranced felicity to see you. Leave me one blessed, one sacred illusion." "No," cried he, with increasing vehemence. "Say nothing of all you have prepared, not one arranged word conned over in your midnight and your morning consultations," pointing back to the window of her dressing-room, where he had seen her and Lady Cecilia. "You saw," Helen began. "Yes. Am I blind, think you? I wish I were. Oh, that I could be again the believing, fond, happy dupe I was but yesterday evening." "Dupe," repeated Helen. "But pour out all, dear Granville. Think, say what you will, reproach, abuse me as you please. It is a relief. Take it, for I have none to give." "None!" cried he, his tone suddenly changing. "No relief to give? What, have you nothing to say? No explanation? Why speak to me then at all? To tell you so at once, to end your suspense, to tell you that I cannot explain. The midnight consultation and the morning were not to prepare for you excuse or apology, but to decide whether I could tell you the whole. And since that cannot be, I determined not to enter into any explanation. I am glad that you do not wish to hear any." "Answer me one question," said he. "That picture, did you give it to Colonel Aubigny?" "No, that is a question I can answer. No, he stole it from Cecilia's portfolio. Ask me no more." "One question more." "No, not one more. I cannot tell you anything more." She was silent for a moment. He withdrew his eyes, and she went on. "Granville, I must now put your love and esteem for me to the test. If that love be what I believe it to be, if your confidence in me is what I think it ought to be, I am now going to try it. There is a mystery which I cannot explain. I tell you this, and yet I expect you to believe that I am innocent of any wrong but the concealment. There are circumstances which I cannot tell you." "But why?" interrupted Beauclerk. "Ought there to be any circumstances which cannot be told to the man to whom you have plighted your faith? Away with this cannot, this mystery. Did not I tell you every folly of my life, every fault? And what is this? In itself nothing. Concealment everything. Oh, Helen!" She was going to say if it concerned only myself, but that would at once betray Cecilia, and she went on, if it were in my opinion right to tell it to you, I would. On this point, Granville, leave me to judge and act for myself. This is the test to which I put your love. Put mine to any test you will, but if your confidence in me is not sufficient to endure this trial, we can never be happy together. She spoke very low, but Beauclerc listened with such intensity that he could not only distinguish every syllable she said, but could distinctly hear the beating of her heart, which throbbed violently in spite of all her efforts to be calm. "Can you trust me?" concluded she. "I can," cried he. "I can, I do. By heaven, I do. I think you an angel, and legions of devils could not convince me of the contrary. I trust your word. I trust that heavenly countenance. I trust entirely." He offered, and she took his offered hand. "I trust entirely. Not one question more shall I ask. Not a suspicion shall I have. You put me to the test. You shall find me stand it." "Can you?" said she. "You know how much I ask. I acknowledge a mystery, and yet I ask you to believe that I am not wrong." "I know," said she. "You shall see." And both in happiness once more they returned to the house. I love her 1,000 times better than ever, thought Beauclerc, for the independence of mind she shows in thus braving my opinion, daring to set all upon the cast. Something noble in this. I am to form my own judgment of her, and I will, independently of what any other human being may say or think. The General, with his strict, narrow, conventional notions, has not any idea of the kind of woman I like, or what Helen really is. He sees in Helen only the discreet, proper behaved young lady, adapted, so nicely adapted to her place in society, to niche and notch in, and to be of no sort of value out of it. Give me a being able to stand alone, to think and feel, decide and act for herself. Were Helen only what the General thinks her, she would not be for me. While she is that, I thank her, I love, I adore. And when he saw his guardian, Beauclerc declared that though Helen had entered into no explanations, he was perfectly satisfied. The General answered, "I am glad you are satisfied." Beauclerc perceived that the General was not, and in spite of all that he had just been saying to himself, this provoked and disgusted him. His theory of his own mind, if not quite false, was still a little at variance with his practice. His guardian's opinion swayed him powerfully, whenever he believed that it was not designed to influence him. When the opinion was repressed, he could not rest without drawing it out. "Then you think, General," said he, "that some explanation ought to have been made? No matter what I think, Granville, the affair is yours. If you are satisfied, that is all that is necessary." Then, even because left on their own point of suspension to vibrate freely, the diamond scales of Beauclerc's mind began to move, from some nice unseen cause of variation. "But," said he, "General Clarendon, no one can judge without knowing facts." "So I apprehend," said the General. "I may be of too easy faith," replied Beauclerc. No reply from the General. "This is a point of honour." No denial from the General. "My dear General, if there be anything which weighs with you, and which you know and I do not, I think as my friend and my guardian you ought to tell it to me." "Pardon me," said the General, turning away from Beauclerc as he spoke, and striking first one heel of his boot against the scraper at the hall door, then the other. "Pardon me, Granville, I cannot admit to you to be a better judge than I am myself of what you ought to do or not to do." The tone was dry and proud, but Beauclerc's provoked imagination conceived it to be also mysterious. The scales of his mind vibrated again. But he had said he would trust entirely, and he would. Yet he could not succeed in banishing all doubt, till an idea started into his head. That writing was Lady Cecilia's. I thought so at the first moment, and I let it go again. It is hers, and Helen is keeping her secret. But could Lady Cecilia be so ungenerous, so treacherous? However, he had declared he would ask no questions. He was a man of honour, and he would ask none. None even of himself, a resolution which he found it surprisingly easy to keep, when the doubt concerned only Lady Cecilia.
Whenever the thought crossed his mind, he said to himself, "I will ask nothing, suspect nobody." But if it is Lady Cecilia's affair, it is all the more generous in Helen. And so secure in this explanation, though he never allowed to himself that he admitted it, his trust in Helen was easy and complete, and his passion for her increased every hour. But Lady Cecilia was disturbed even by the perfect confidence and happiness of Beauclerc's manner toward Helen. She could not but fear that he had guessed the truth, and it seemed as if everything which happened tended to confirm him in his suspicions. For, whenever the mind is strongly interested on a subject, something alluding to it seems wonderfully, yet accidentally, to occur in everything that we read or hear in common conversation. And so it now happened. Things were continually said by persons wholly unconcerned, which seemed to bear upon her secret. Lady Cecilia frequently felt this with pangs of confusion, shame, and remorse. And though Beauclerc did not watch or play the spy upon her countenance, he could not help sometimes observing the flitting colour, the guilty changes of countenance, the assumed composure. That mind, once so artless, began to be degraded. Her spirits sank. She felt that she had lost the sunshine of a soul without a mystery. The day fixed for the marriage approached. Lady Cecilia had undertaken the superintendence of the trousseau, and Cecily was in anxious expectation of its arrival. Helen had written to the Collingwoods to announce the intended event, asking for the good bishop's sanction, as her guardian, and regretting that he could not perform the ceremony. She had received from Lady Davenant a few lines, written just before she sailed, warm with all enthusiasm of her ardent heart, and full of expectation that Helen's lot would be one of the happiest this world could afford. All seemed indeed to smile upon her prospects, and the only clouds which dimmed the sunshine were Cecilia's insincerity, and her feeling that the General thought her acting unhandsomely and unwisely toward his ward. But she consoled herself with the thought that he could not judge of what he did not know, that she did not deserve his displeasure, that Granville was satisfied, and if he was, why should not General Clarendon be so too? Much more serious, however, was the pain she felt on Cecilia's account. She reproached herself with betraying the trust Lady Davenant had reposed in her. That dreadful prophecy seemed now accomplishing. Cecilia's natural generosity, that for which Helen had ever most loved and admired her, the brightest, fairest parts of her character, seemed failing now. What could be more selfish than Cecilia's present conduct towards herself, more treacherous to her noble-minded, her confiding husband? The openness, the perfect unreserve between the two friends, was no longer what it had been. Helen, however, felt the constraint between them the less, as she was almost constantly with Beauclerc, and in her young happiness she hoped all would be right. Cecilia would tell the General, and they would be as intimate, as affectionate, as they had ever been. One morning General Clarendon stopped Cecilia as she was coming down to breakfast, announced that he was obliged to set off instantly for London, on business which could not be delayed, and that she must settle with Miss Stanley whether they would accompany him or remain at Clarendon Park. He did not know, he said, how long he might be detained. Cecilia was astonished and excessively curious. She tried her utmost address to discover what was the nature of his business in vain. All that remained was to do as he required without more words. He left the room, and Cecilia decided at once that they had better accompany him. She dreaded some delay. She thought that if the General went alone to town, he might be detained heaven knows how long. And though the marriage must be postponed, at all events, yet if they went with the General, the ceremony might be performed in town, as well as at Clarendon Park. And she with some difficulty convinced Helen of this. Beauclerc feared nothing but delay. They were to go. Lady Cecilia announced their decision to the General, who immediately set off, and the others in a few hours followed him. End of Volume the 3rd, Chapter 2. Recording by Chad Diaz II.
Volume the 3rd, Chapter 3 of Helen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Burleson. Helen by Maria Edgeworth, Volume the 3rd, Chapter 3. In my youth, and through the prime of manhood, I never entered London without feelings of hope and pleasure. It was to me the grand theatre of intellectual activity, the field for every species of enterprise and exertion, the metropolis of the world, of business, thought, and action. There I was sure to find friends and companions, to hear the voice of encouragement and praise. There society of the most refined sort offered daily its banquets to the mind, and new objects of interest and ambition were constantly exciting attention, either in politics, literature, or science. These feelings, so well described by a man of genius, have probably been felt more or less by most young men who have within them any consciousness of talent, or any of that enthusiasm, that eager desire to have or to give sympathy, which, especially in youth, characterizes noble natures. But after even 1 or 2 seasons in a great metropolis, these feelings often change long before they are altered by age. Granville Beauclerk had already persuaded himself that he now detested, as much as he had at first been delighted with, a London life. From his metaphysical habits of mind, and from the sensibility of his temper, he had been too soon disgusted by that sort of general politeness which, as he said, takes up the time and place of real friendship. And as for the intellectual pleasures, they were, he said, too superficial for him, and his notions of independence, too, were at this time quite incompatible with the conventional life of a great capital. His present wish was to live all the year round in the country with the woman he loved, and in the society of a few chosen friends. Helen quite agreed with him in his taste for the country. She had scarcely ever known any other life, and yet had always been happy. And whatever youthful curiosity had been awakened in her mind as to the pleasures of London, had been now absorbed by stronger and more tender feelings. Her fate in life, she felt, was fixed, and wherever the man she loved wished to reside, that, she felt, must be her choice. With these feelings they arrived at General Clarendon's delightful house in town. Helen's apartment and Cecilia's were on different floors, and had no communication with each other. It was of little consequence, as their stay in town was to be but short. Yet Helen could not help observing that Cecilia did not express any regret at it, as formerly she would have done. It seemed a symptom of declining affection, of which every the slightest indication was marked and keenly felt by Helen, the more so because she had anticipated that such must be the consequence of all that had passed between them, and there was now no remedy. Among the first morning visitors admitted were Lady Castleford and Lady Katrine Hawksby. They did not, as it struck Cecilia, seem surprised to see that Miss Stanley was Miss Stanley still, though the day for the marriage had been announced in all the papers as fixed. But they did seem now full of curiosity to know how it had come to pass, and there was rather too apparent a hope that something was going wrong. Their first inquisitive look was met by Lady Cecilia's careless glance in reply, which said better than words could express, "Nothing the matter, do not flatter yourselves." Then her expertness at general answers which gave no information completely baffled the too curious impertinents. they could only learn that the day for the marriage was not fixed, that it could not be definitively named till some business should be settled by the general. Law business, they supposed, of course. Lady Cecilia knew nothing about it. Lawyers are such provoking wretches, with their fast bind, fast find, such an unconscionable length of time as they do take for their parchment doings, heeding naught of that little impatient flapper Cupid. Certain that Lady Cecilia was only playing with their curiosity, yet unable to circumvent her, Lady Katrine changed the conversation, and Lady Castlefort preferred a prayer, which was, she said, the chief object of her visit, that Lady Cecilia and Miss Stanley would come to her on Monday. She was to have a few friends, a very small party, and independently of the pleasure she should have in seeing them, it would be advantageous perhaps to Miss Stanley, as Lady Castlefort in her softest voice added, for from the marriage being postponed even for a few days, people might talk, and Mr. Beauclerk and Miss Stanley appearing together would prevent anybody's thinking there was any little nothing so proper now as for a young lady to appear with her futur. So I shall expect you, my dear Cecilia, and Miss Stanley. And so saying, she departed. Helen's objections were all overruled, and when the engagement was made known to Beauclerk, he shrugged and shrank, and submitted, observing, that all men and all women must, from the moment they come within the precincts of London life, give up their time and their will to an imaginary necessity of going, when we do not like it, where we do not wish, to see those whom we have no desire to see, and do not care if they were never to see us again, except for the sake of their own reputation of playing well their own parts in the grand farce of mock civility. Helen was sorry to have joined in making an engagement for him which he seemed so much to dislike, but Lady Cecilia, laughing, maintained that half his reluctance was affectation, and the other half a lover-like spirit of monopoly, in which he should not be indulged, and instead of pretending to be indifferent to what the world might think, he ought to be proud to show Helen as a proof of his taste. In dressing Helen this night, Felicie, excited by her lady's exhortations, displayed her utmost skill. Mademoiselle Felicie had a certain petite métaphysique de toilette, of which she was justly vain. She could talk, and as much to the purpose as most people of le genre classique and le genre romantique, of the different styles of dress that suit different styles of face, and while she worked and wondered at the work she made, she threw out from time to time her ideas on the subject to form the taste of Helen's little maid Rose, who in mute attention held the light and assiduously presented pins. "Not your pins so fast one after the other, Miss Rose. Tenez, tenez," cried Mademoiselle. "You take in England always too much of your pin in your dress, too little of our taste, too little of our elegance, too much of your what you call tidiness, or God know what. But never you mind that so much, Miss Rose, and you not prim up your little mouth, but listen to me. Never you put in one pin before you ask yourself, Miss Rose, what for I do it? In every toilette that has taste, there is, above all, tenez, a character, a sentiment to be support. Suppose your lady is to be superb, or she will rather be elegant, or charmante, or interessante, or distinguée. Well, that is all very well, and you dress her to that idée, one or the other. Well, very well, but none of your what you call odd, No, no, never, Miss Rose. That is not style noble. 'Twill only become le petit minois of your English original. I wash my hand of that always." The toilette superbe Mademoiselle held to be the easiest of all those which she had named with favour. It may be accomplished by any common hands, but head is requisite to reach the toilette distinguée. The toilette superbe requires only cost. A toilette distinguée demands care. There was a happiness as well as care in Félicie's genius for dress, which, ever keeping the height of fashion in view, never lost sight of nature, adapting, selecting, combining to form a perfect whole, in which art itself concealed appeared only, as she expressed it, in the sublime of simplicity. In the midst of all her talking, however, she went on with the usual business, and as she finished, pronounced "Précepte commence, et simple achève." When they arrived at Lady Castleford's, Lady Cecilia was surprised to find a line of carriages and noise, and crowds of footmen. How was this? She had understood that it was to be one of those really small parties, those select reunions of some few of the high and mighty families who chanced to be in town before Christmas. "But how is this?" Lady Cecilia repeated to herself, as she entered the hall, amazed to find it blazing with light, a crowd on the stairs, and in the anteroom a crowd, as she soon felt, of an unusual sort. It was not the soft crush of aristocracy. They found hard unaccustomed citizen elbows, strange round-shouldered, square-backed men and women, so overdressed, so bejewelled, so coarse, shocking to see, impossible to avoid. Not one figure, one face, Lady Cecilia had ever seen before, till at last, from the midst of the throng emerged a fair form, a being as it seemed of other mould, certainly of different caste. It was one of Cecilia's former intimates, Lady Emily Greville, whom she had not seen since her return from abroad. Joyfully they met, and stopped and talked. She was hastening away, Lady Emily said, after having been an hour on duty. Lady Castleford had made it a point with her to stay after dinner. She had dined there, and had stayed, and now God was relieved. "But who are all these people? What is all this, my dear Lady Emily?" asked Cecilia. "Do you not know? Louisa has trapped you into coming then to-night, without telling you how it is." "Not a word did she tell me. I expected to meet only our own world." "A very different world you perceive this. A sort of farce this is to the double distress, a comedy. In short, one of Lady Castleford's brother is going to stand for the city, and citizens and citoyens must be propitiated. When an election is in the case, all other things give place, and besides, he has just married the daughter of some amazing merchant, worth I don't know how many plums, so le petit bossu, who is proud of his brother, for he is reckoned the genius of the family, made a point with Louisa to do this. She put up her eyebrows and stood out as long as she could, but Lord Castleford had his way, for he holds the purse, you know, and so she was forced to make a party for these Goths and Vandals, and of course she thought it best to do it directly, out of season, you know, when nobody will see it, and she consulted me whether it should be large or small. I advised a large party, by all means as crowded as possible." "Yes, yes, I understand," said Cecilia, "to hide the shame in the multitude. Vastly well, very fair all this, except the trapping us into it, who have nothing to do with it." "Nothing to do with it, pardon me," cried Lady Emily. "It could not have been done without us. Entrapping us! Do you not understand that we are the baits to the traps? Bringing those animals here, wild beasts or tame, only to meet one another, would have been doing business nohow. We are what they are come for to see, or to have it to say that they have seen the exclusives, exquisites, or transcendentals, or whatever else they call us." "Lady Emily Greville's carriage," was now called in the anteroom. "I must go, but first make me known to your friend Miss Stanley. You see, I know her by instinct." But "Lady Emily Greville's carriage" now resounded reiteratedly, and gentlemen with cloaks stood waiting, and as she put hers on, Lady Emily stooped forward and whispered, "I do not believe one word of what they say of her," and she was off, and Lady Cecilia stood for an instant looking after her and wondering what she could mean by those last words. Concluding, however, that she had not heard aright, or had missed some intervening name, and that these words, in short, could not possibly apply to Helen, Lady Cecilia turned to her. They resumed their way onward, and at length they reached the grand reception room. In the middle of that brilliantly lighted saloon, immediately under the centre chandelier, was ample verge and space enough reserved for the élite of the world. Circle it was not, nor square, nor form regularly defined, yet the bounds were guarded. There was no way of getting to the farther end of the saloon, or to the apartments open in the distance beyond it, except by passing through this enclosed space, in which one fair entrance was practicable, and one ample exit full in view on the opposite side. Several gentlemen of fashionable bearing held the outposts of this privileged place, at back of sofa, or side of fauteuil, stationary or wandering near. Some chosen few were within. Two caryatides gentlemen leaned one on each side of the fireplace, and in the centre of the rug stood a remarkably handsome man, of fine figure, perfectly dressed, his whole air exquisitely scornful, excruciatingly miserable, and loftily abstract. 'Twas wonderful, 'twas strange, 'twas passing strange, how one so lost to all sublunary concerns, so far above the follies of inferior mortals, as he looked, came here, so extremely well dressed too. How happened it? So nauseating the whole, as he seemed, so wishing that the business of the world were done. With half-closed dreamy eyelids he looked silent down upon two ladies who sat opposite to him, rallying, abusing, and admiring him to his vanity's content. They gave him his choice of three names: l'ennuyé, les fraudeurs, or les blasés. L'ennuyé, he shook his head, too common. He would have none of it. Les frondeurs, no, too much trouble. He shrugged his abhorrence. Les blasés, he allowed, might be too true, but would they hazard a substantive verb? He would give them 24 hours to consider, and he would take 24 himself to decide. They should have his definitive to-morrow, and he was sliding away, but Lady Castlefort, as he passed her, cried, "Going, Lord Beltravers? Going, are you?" in an accent of surprise and disappointment, and she whispered, "I am hard at work here, acting receiver general to these city worthies, and you do not pity me, cruel." And she looked up with languishing eyes that so begged for sympathy. He threw upon her one look of commiseration, reproachful. "Pity you, yes, But why will you do these things? And why did you bring me here to do this horrid sort of work?" And he vanished. Lady Cecilia Clarendon and Miss Stanley now appeared in the offing, and now reached the Straits. Lady Castlefort rose with vivacity extraordinary, and went forward several steps. "Dear Cecilia, Miss Stanley so good, Mr. Beauclerk so happy, the General could not oh, sorry." Then with hand pressed on hers, "Miss Stanley, so kind of you to come. Lady Grace, give me leave. Miss Stanley, Lady Grace Bland," and in a whisper, "Lord Beltravers' aunt." Lady Grace, with a haughty drawback motion and a supercilious arching of her brows, was happy to have the honour usually prolonged, and some guttural sounds followed, but further words, if words they were, which she syllabled between snuffling and mumbling, were utterly unintelligible, and Helen, without being very happy, or happy at all, only returned bend for bend. Lady Cecilia then presented her to a group of sister Graces, standing near the sofas of mammas and chaperons, not each a different Grace, but similar each, indeed upon the very same identical pattern air of young lady fashion, well bred and apparently well natured. No sooner was Miss Stanley made known to them by Lady Cecilia, than smiling just enough, not a muscle too much, they moved. The ranks opened softly but sufficiently, and Helen was in the group amongst them, but not of them, and of this she became immediately sensible, though without knowing how or why. One of these daughters had had expectations last season, from having been frequently Mr. Beauclerk's partner, and the mother was now fanning herself opposite to him. But Helen knew naught of this. To her all was apparently smooth, soft, and smiling, while whenever any of the unprivileged multitude, the city monsters, passed near this high-born, high-bred group, they looked as though the rights of pride were infringed, and, smiling scorn, they dropped from half-closed lips such syllables of withering contempt as they thought these vulgar victims merited, careless if they heard or not, rather rejoicing to see the sufferers wince beneath the wounds which they inflicted in their pride and pomp of sway. Pride, thought Helen, was it pride? If pride it was, how unlike what she had been taught to consider the proper pride of aristocracy, how unlike that noble sort which she had seen, admired, and loved. Helen fancied what Lady Davenant would have thought, how ignoble, how mean, how vulgar she would have condemned these sneers and scoffs from the nobly to the lowly born. How unworthy of their rank and station in society, they who ought to be the first in courtesy, because the first in place. As these thoughts passed rapidly in Helen's mind, she involuntarily looked towards Beauclerk, but she was so encompassed by her present companions that she could not discover him. Had she been able to see his countenance, she would have read in it at once how exactly he was at that instant feeling with her. More indignant than herself, for his high chivalrous devotion to the fair could ill endure the readiness with which the gentlemen, attendants at ottoman or sofa, lent their aid to mock and to embarrass every passing party of the city tribe, mothers and their hapless daughter train. At this instant Lady Bearcroft, who, if she had not good breeding, certainly had good nature, came up to Beauclerk, and whispered earnestly, and with an expression of strong interest in her countenance. "As you love her, do not heed one word you hear anybody say this night, for it's all on purpose to vex you, and I am certain as you are it's all false, all envy. And there she goes, envy herself in the black jaundice," continued she, looking at Lady Katrine Hawksby, who passed at that instant. "Good heavens!" cried Beauclerk, "what can—" "No, no," interrupted Lady Bearcroft, "no, do not ask. Better not. Best you should know no more. Only keep your temper whatever happens. Go you up to the hill, like the man in the tale, and let the black stones bawl themselves hoarse, dumb. Go you on, and seize your pretty singing thinking bird, the sooner the better. So fare you well." And she disappeared in the crowd. Beauclerk, to whom she was perfectly unknown, though she had made him out, totally at a loss to imagine what interest she could take in Helen or in him, or what she could possibly mean, rather inclined to suppose she was a madwoman, and he forgot everything else as he saw Helen with Lady Cecilia emerging from the bevy of young ladies and approaching him. They stopped to speak to some acquaintance, and he tried to look at Helen as if he were an indifferent spectator, and to fancy what he should think of her if he saw her now for the first time. He thought that he should be struck not only with her beauty, but with her graceful air, her ingenuous countenance, so expressive of the freshness of natural sensibility. She was exquisitely well dressed too, and that, as Felicie observed, goes for much, even with your most sensible men. Altogether he was charmed, whether considering her as with the eyes of an unbiassed stranger or with his own. And all he heard confirmed and, although he would not have allowed it, strengthened his feelings. He heard it said that though there were some as handsome women in the room, there were none so interesting, and some of the young men added, as lovely as Lady Blanche, but with more expression. A citizen with whom Beauclerk could have shaken hands on the spot, said, "There's one of the high-breds now, that's well-bred too." In the height of the rapture of his feelings he overtook Lady Cecilia, who, telling him that they were going on to another room, delivered Helen to his care, and herself taking the arm of some ready gentleman, they proceeded as fast as they could through the crowd to the other end of the room. This was the first time Helen had ever seen Lady Cecilia in public, where certainly she appeared to great advantage, not thinking about herself, but ever willing to be pleased. So bright, so gay, she was sunshine which seemed to spread its beams wherever she turned, and she had something to say to everybody, or to answer quick to whatever they said, or looked happy, always in the apropos of the moment. Little there might be, perhaps, in what she said, but there was all that was wanted, just what did for the occasion. In others there often appeared a distress for something to say, or a dead dullness of countenance opposite to you. From others, a too fast hazarded broadside of questions and answers, glads and sorries in chain shots that did no execution, because there was no good aim, congratulations and condolences playing at cross purposes. These were mistakes, misfortunes, which could never occur in Lady Cecilia's natural grace and acquired tact of manner. Helen was amused, as she followed her, in watching the readiness with which she knew how to exchange the necessary counters in the commerce of society. She was amused till her attention was distracted by hearing, as she and Beauclerk passed, the whispered words, "I promessi sposi," look, la belle fiancée. These words were repeated as they went on, and Lady Cecilia heard some one say, "I thought it was broken off. That was all slander then." She recollected Lady Emily's words, and, terrified lest Helen should hear more of, she knew not what, she began to talk to her as fast as she could, while they were stopped in the doorway by a crowd. She succeeded for the moment with Helen. She had not heard the last speech, and she could not, as long as Lady Cecilia spoke, hear more. But Beauclerk, again distinguishing the words belle fiancée, and as he turned to discover the speaker, a fat matron near him asked, "Who is it?" And the daughter answered, "It is that handsome girl with the white rose in her hair." "Hush," said the brother, on whose arm she leaned. "Handsome is that handsome does." Handsome does, thought Beauclerk, and the mysterious warning of his unknown friend recurred to him. He was astonished, alarmed, furious, but the whispering party had passed on, and just then Lady Cecilia, descrying Mr. Churchill in the distance, she made towards him. Conversation sure to be had in abundance from him. He discerned them from afar, and was happily prepared both with a ready bit of wit and with a proper greeting. His meeting with Lady Cecilia was, of course, just the same as ever. He took it up where he left off at Clarendon Park. No difference, no hiatus. His bow to Beauclerk and Helen, to Helen and Beauclerk, joined in one little sweep of a congratulatory motion, was incomparable. It said everything that a bow could say, and more. It implied such a happy freedom from envy or jealousy, such a polite acquiescence in the decrees of fate, such a philosophic indifference, such a cool, sarcastic superiority to the event. And he began to take Lady Cecilia with one of his prepared impromptus. "At the instant your ladyship came up, I am afraid I started actually in a trance. I do believe, methought I was, where do you think? In the Temple of Jaggernaut." "Why?" said Lady Cecilia, smiling. "Methought," continued Horace, "that I was in the Temple of Jaggernaut, that one strange day in the year, when ill castes meet, when all distinction of castes and ranks is forgotten, the abomination of mixing them altogether permitted, for their sins, no doubt, high caste and low, from the abandoned pariah to the Brahmin prince, from their Billingsgate and Feringalan without, suppose, up to their St. James's Street and Grosvenor Square. Mingle, mingle, ye who mingle may, white spirits and grey, black spirits and blue. Now pray look around, is not this Juggernaut night with Lady Castlefort? And you, said Lady Cecilia, are not you the great Juggernaut himself, driving over all in your triumphant chariot of sarcasm, and crushing all the victims in your way? This took place with Horace. It put him in spirits, in train, and he fired away at Lady Castlefort, whom he had been flattering à l'outrance 5 minutes before. I so admire that acting of sacrifice in your belle cousine to-night. Pasta herself could not do it better. There is a look of, oh, ye just gods, what a victim am I! And with those upturned eyes so charming. Well, and seriously, it is a sad sacrifice. Fathers have flinty hearts by parental prescription, but husbands, petit bossus especially, should have mercy for their own sakes. They should not strain their marital power too far. But, said Lady Cecilia, it is curious. that one born and bred such an ultra-exclusive as Louisa Castlefort should be obliged after her marriage immediately to open her doors and turn ultra-liberal, or an universal suffragist, in all consequence of these mesalliances. True, true, said Churchill, with a solemn, pathetic shake of the head. Gentlemen and noblemen should consider before they make these low matches to save their studs or their souls or their entailed estates. Whatever be the necessity, there can be no apology for outraging all bienséance. Necessity has no law, but it should have some decency. Think of bringing upon a foolish elder brother. But we won't be personal. No, don't pray, Horace, said Lady Cecilia, moving on. But think, only think, my dear Cecilia, think what it must be to be howdy-doed and to be dear-sistered by such bodies as these in public. Sad, sad, said Lady Cecilia. The old French nobility, continued Churchill, used to call these low money matches maître de fumier sonolitaire. Dirty work at best, said Lady Cecilia. But still, said Horace, it might be done with decency, if not with majesty. But in the midst of all this, said Lady Cecilia, I want some ice very much for myself, and for Helen more. I have a notion we shall find some here, replied he, if you will come this way, in this sanctum sanctorum of Lady Katrine's. He led them on to a little inner apartment, where, as he said, Lady Katrine Hawksby and her set do always scandal take, and sometimes tea. Tea and punch, continued he. You know, in London now is quite à la Française, and it is astonishing to me, who am but a man, what strong punch ladies can take. Only when it is iced, said Cecilia, smiling. Be it so, said he. It's very refreshing ice, and more refreshing scandal, and here we have both in perfection. Scandal hot and hot, and ice cold and cold. By this time they had reached the entrance to what he called Lady Katrine's sanctum sanctorum, where she had gathered round the iced punch and tea table a select party, whom she had drawn together with the promise of the other half of a half-published report, a report in which I Promessi Sposi and La Belle Fiancée were implicated. Stop here one moment, cried Churchill. One moment longer. Let me see before we are seen. Look in, pray, at this group. Lady Katrine herself on the sofa, finger up, holding forth, and the deaf old woman stretching forward to hear, while the other, with the untasted punch, sits suspended in curiosity. What can it be? She says, or seems to say. Now, see the pretty one's hands and eyes uplifted, and the ugly one, with that look of horror, is exclaiming, You don't say so, my dear Lady Katrine. Admirable creatures, cant and scandal personified. I wish Wilkie were here, worth any money to him. And he should call it the scandal party, said Lady Cecilia. He told me he never could venture upon a subject unless he could give it a good name. At this moment Lady Katrine, having finished her story, rose, and awaking from the abstraction of malice, she looked up and saw Helen and Lady Cecilia, and as she came forward, Churchill whispered between them, Now we are going comfortably to enjoy, no doubt, Madame de Sevigné's pleasure de mal dire du prochain, at the right hour too. Churchill left them there. Lady Katrine, welcoming her victims, her unsuspicious victims, he slid off to the friends round the tea-table to learn from Kant what scandal had been telling. Beauclerk was gone to inquire for the carriage. The instant Helen appeared, all eyes were fixed upon her, and belle fiancée was murmured round, and Cecilia heard, "He's much to be pitied." At this moment Lord Castleford went up to Helen. She had always been a favourite of his. He was grateful to her for her constant kindness to him, and, peevish though the little man might be, he had a good heart, and he showed it now by instantly taking Helen out of the midst of the starers, and begging her opinion upon a favourite picture of his, a Madonna. Was it a Raphael or was it not? He and Mr. Churchill, he said, were at issue about it. In short, no matter what he said, it engrossed Helen's attention, so that she could not hear anything that passed, and could not be seen by the starers, and he detained her in conversation till Beauclerk came to say, "The carriage is ready. Lady Cecilia is impatient." Lord Castlefort opened a door that led at once to the staircase, so that they had not to recross all the rooms, but got out immediately. The smallest service merits thanks, and Helen thanked Lord Castlefort by a look which he appreciated. Even in the few words which Beauclerk had said as he announced the carriage, she had perceived that he was agitated, and as he attended her in silence down the stairs, his look was grave and preoccupied. She saw he was displeased, and she thought he was displeased with her. When he had put them into the carriage, he wished them good night. "Are you not coming with us?" cried Lady Cecilia. No, he thanked her, he had rather walk, and, he added, "I shall not see you at breakfast. I am engaged." "Home," said Lady Cecilia, drawing up the glass with a jerk. Helen looked out anxiously. Beauclerk had turned away, but she caught one more glance of his face as the lamp flared upon it. She saw, and she was sure that something is very much the matter. I am certain of it. "Nonsense, my dear Helen," said Lady Cecilia. "The matter is that he is tired to death, as I am sure I am." "There's more than that," said Helen. "He is angry," and she sighed. "Now, Helen, do not torment yourself about nothing," said Cecilia, who, not being sure whether Beauclerk had heard anything, had not looked at his countenance or remarked his tone. Her mind was occupied with what had passed while Helen was looking at the Madonna. Lady Cecilia had tried to make out the meaning of these extraordinary starings and whisperings. Lady Katrine would not tell her anything distinctly, but said, "Strange reports. So sorry it had got into the papers. Those vile libellous papers. Of course she did not believe. Of Miss Stanley. After all, nothing very bad. A little awkward only. Might be hushed up. Better not talk of it to-night. But I will try, Cecilia, in the morning, to find those paragraphs for you." Lady Cecilia determined to go as early as possible in the morning, and make out the whole, and had she plainly told this to Helen, it would have been better for all parties. But she continued to talk of the people they had seen, to hide her thoughts from Helen, who all the time felt as in a feverish dream, watching the lights of the carriage flit by like fiery eyes, while she thought only of the strange words she had heard, and why they should have made Beauclerk angry with her. At last they were at home. As they went in, Lady Cecilia inquired if the general had come in. Yes, he had been at the house for some time, and was in bed. This was a relief. Helen was glad not to see any one, or to be obliged to say anything more that night. Lady Cecilia bade her be a good child and go to sleep. How much Helen slept may be left to the judgment of those who have any imagination. End of Volume the Third, Chapter 3. Volume the Third, Chapter 4 of Helen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Burlinson. Helen by Maria Edgeworth. Volume the Third, Chapter 4. "Milady a une migraine affreuse this morning," said Félicie, addressing herself on the stairs to Rose. "Mille amitiés de sa part to your young lady, Miss Rose, and milady recommend to her to follow a good example, and to take her breakfast in bed, and then to take one good sleep till you shall hear midi sonner." Miss Stanley, however, was up and dressed in the time when this message was brought to her, and in a few minutes afterwards a footman came to the door to give notice that the General was in the breakfast room, waiting to know whether Miss Stanley was coming down or not. The idea of a tête-à-tête breakfast with him was not now quite so agreeable as it would have been to her formerly, but she went down. The General was standing with his back to the fire, newspapers hanging from his hand, his look ominously grave. After good mornings had been exchanged with awful solemnity, Helen ventured to hope that there was no bad public news. "No public news whatever," said the General. Next, she was sorry to hear that Cecilia had such a bad headache. "Tired last night," said the General. "It was indeed a tiresome, disagreeable party," said Helen, hoping this would lead to how so or why, but the General dryly answered, "Not the London season," and went on eating his breakfast in silence. Such a constraint and awe came upon her that she felt it would be taking too great a liberty in his present mood to put sugar and cream into his tea, as she was wont in happier times. She set sugar bowl and cream before him, and whether he understood or noticed not her feelings, she could not guess. He sugared and creamed and drank and thought and spoke not. Helen put out of his way a supernumerary cup, to which he had already given a push, and she said, "Mr. Beauclerk does not breakfast with us." "So I suppose," said the General, "as he is not here." "He said he was engaged to breakfast." "With some of his friends, I suppose," said the General. There the dialogue came to a full stop, and breakfast uncomfortably on her part, and with a preoccupied air on his, went on in absolute silence. At length the General signified to the servant who was in waiting by a nod and a look towards the door, that his further attendance was dispensed with. At another time Helen would have felt such a dismissal as a relief, for she disliked, and recollected that her uncle particularly disliked, the fashion of having servants waiting at a family breakfast, which he justly deemed unsuited to our good old English domestic habits. But somehow it happened that at this moment she was rather sorry when the servant left the room. He returned, however, in a moment with something which he fancied to be yet wanting. The General, after glancing at whatever he had brought, said, "That will do, Cockburn. We want nothing more." Cockburn placed a screen between him and the fire, The general put it aside, and looking at him, said sternly, "Cockburn, no intelligence must ever go from my house to any newspapers." Cockburn bowed. "None shall, sir. If I can prevent it, none ever did from me, General. None must ever go from any one in my family. Look to it." Cockburn bowed again respectfully, but with a look of reservation of right of remonstrance, answered by a look from his master of "No more must be said." Yet Cockburn was a favourite. He had lived in the family from the time he was a boy. He moved hastily towards the door, and having turned the handle, rested upon it, and said, "General, I cannot answer for others." "Then, Cockburn, I must find somebody who can." Cockburn disappeared, but after closing the door, the veteran opened it again, stood, and said stoutly, though seemingly with some impediment in his throat, "General Clarendon, do me the justice to give me full powers. Whatever you require. Say, such are your orders from me, and that you have full power to dismiss whoever disobeys." Cockburn bowed and withdrew, satisfied. Another silence, when the general, hastily finishing his breakfast, took up the newspaper and said, "I wished to have spared you the pain of seeing these, Miss Stanley, but it must be done now. There have appeared in certain papers paragraphs alluding to Beauclerk and to you. These scandalous papers I never allowed to enter my house, but I was informed that there were such paragraphs, and I was obliged to examine into them. I am sorry to find that they have some of them been copied into my paper to-day." He laid the newspaper before her. The first words which struck her eye were the dreaded whispers of last night. The paragraph was as follows: "In a few days will be published the memoirs of the late Colonel D., comprising anecdotes and original love letters, which will explain the mysterious allusions lately made in certain papers to La Belle Fiancée and I Promessi Sposi." "What!" exclaimed Helen. "The letters published?" The general had turned from her as she read, and had gone to his writing desk, which is at the farthest end of the room. He unlocked it, and took from it a small volume, and turning over the leaves as he slowly approached Helen, he folded down some pages, laid the volume on the table before her, and then said, "Before you look into these scandalous memoirs, Miss Stanley, let me assure you that nothing but the necessity of being empowered by you to say what is truth and what is falsehood could determine me to give you this shock." She was scarcely able to put forward her hand, yet took the book, opened it, looked at it, saw letters which she knew could not be Cecilia's, but turning another leaf, she pushed it from her with horror. It was the letter beginning with, "My dear, too dear Henry." "In print!" cried she. "In print! Published?" "Not published yet. That I hope to be able to prevent," said the general. Whether she heard, whether she could hear him, he was not certain. Her head was bent down, her hands clasping her forehead. He waited some minutes, then sitting down beside her, with a voice of gentleness and of commiseration, yet of steady determination, he went on, "I must speak, and you must hear me, Helen, for your own sake and for Beauclerk's sake." "Speak," cried she. "I hear." "Hear then the words of a friend, who will be true to you through life and death, if you will be but true to yourself. Helen Stanley, a friend who loves you as he loves Beauclerc. But he must do more. He must esteem you as he esteems Beauclerc, incapable of anything that is false." Helen listened with her breath suspended, not a word in reply. "Then I ask—" She put her hand upon his arm as if to stop him. She had a foreboding that he was going to ask something that she could not, without betraying Cecilia, answer. "If you are not yet sufficiently collected, I will wait. Take your time. My question is simple. I ask you to tell me whether all these letters are yours or not." "No," cried Helen, "these letters are not mine." "Not all," said the General. "This first one I know to be yours, because I saw it in your handwriting, but I am certain all cannot be yours. Now, will you show me which are and which are not?" "I will take them to my own room and consider and examine." "Why not look at them here, Miss Stanley?" She wanted to see Cecilia. She knew she could never answer the question without consulting her, but that she could not say. Still she had no other resource, so conquering her trembling, she rose and said, "I would rather go to—" "Not to Cecilia," said he. "To that I object. What can Cecilia do for you? What can she advise? But what I advise, that the plain truth be told." "If I could, oh, if I could!" cried Helen. "What can you mean? Pardon me, Miss Stanley, but surely you can tell the plain fact. You can recollect what you have written. At least you can know what you have not written. You have not yet even looked beyond a few of the letters. Pray be composed. Be yourself. This business it was that brought me to town. I was warned by that young lady, that poetess of Mr. Churchill's, whom you made your friend by some kindness at Clarendon Park. I was warned that there was a book to come out, these memoirs of Colonel D'Aubigny, which would contain letters said to be yours, a publication that would be highly injurious to you. I need not enter into details of the measures I consequently took, but I ascertained that Sir Thomas D'Aubigny, the elder brother of the Colonel, knows nothing more of the matter than that he gave a manuscript of his brother's, which he had never read, to be published. The rest is a miserable intrigue between booksellers and literary manufacturers, I know not whom. I have not been able to get to the bottom of it. Sufficient for my present purpose, I know, and must tell you. You have enemies who evidently desire to destroy your reputation, of course to break your marriage. For this purpose the slanderous press has been set at work. The gossiping part of the public has had its vile curiosity excited. The publication of this book is expected in a few days. This is the only copy yet completed, I believe, and this I could not get from the bookseller till this morning. I am now going to have every other copy destroyed directly. Oh, my dear, dear friend, how can I thank you?" Her tears gushed forth. "Thank me not by words, Helen, but by actions. No tears. Summon your soul. Be yourself." "Oh, if I could but retrieve one false step!" She suddenly checked herself. He stood aghast for an instant. Then recovering himself as he looked upon her and marked the nature of her emotion, he said, "There can be no false step that you could ever have taken that cannot be retrieved. There can have been nothing that is irretrievable, except falsehood." "Falsehood? No," cried she. "I will not say what is false, therefore I will not say anything." "Then, since you cannot speak," continued the General, "will you trust me with the letters themselves? Have you brought them to town with you?" "The original letters?" "Yes, those in the packet which I gave you at Clarendon Park." "They are burned." "All?" "One, this first letter, I saw you tear. Did you burn all the rest?" "They are burned," repeated she, colouring all over. She could not say, "I burned them." He thought it a poor evasion. "They are burned," continued he. "That is, you burned them. Unfortunate. I must now recur to my first appeal. Take this pencil and mark, I pray you, the passages that are yours. I may be called on to prove the forgery of these passages, if you do not show me. And truly, which are yours, and which are not? How can I answer for you? Helen?" "1 hour," said Helen. "Only leave me 1 hour, and it shall be done." "Why this cowardly delay?" "I ask only 1 hour. Only leave me for 1 hour." "I obey, Miss Stanley, since it must be so. I'm gone." He went, and Helen felt how sunk she was in his opinion. Sunk for ever, she feared. But she could not think distinctly. Her mind was stunned. She felt that she must wait for somebody, but did not at first recollect clearly that it was for Cecilia. She leaned back on the sofa and sank into a sort of dreamy state. How long she remained thus unconscious she knew not, but she was roused at last by the sound, as she fancied, of a carriage stopping at the door. She started up, but it was gone, or it had not been. She perceived that the breakfast things had been removed, and turning her eyes upon the clock, she was surprised to see how late it was. She snatched up the pages which she hated to touch, and ran upstairs to Cecilia's room. Door bolted. She gave a hasty tap. No answer. Another, louder. No answer. She ran into the dressing room for Felicie, who came with a face of mystery, and the smile triumphant of one who knows what is not to be known. But the smile vanished on seeing Miss Stanley's face. "Bon Dieu, Miss Stanley, how pale! Mais qu'est-ce que c'est? Mon Dieu, qu'est-ce que c'est donc?" "Is Lady Cecilia's door bolted withinside?" said Helen. "No, only locked by me," said Mademoiselle Felicie. "Milady charged me not to tell you she was not there, and I had de presentiment you might go up to look for her in her room. Her head has got better quite. She is all up and dressed. She has gone out in the carriage, and will soon be back, no doubt. I know not to where she go, but in my opinion to my Lady Catherine. If you please, you not mention I say that, as my lady charged me not to speak of this to you. Apparemment, quelque petit mystère." Poor Helen felt as if her last hope was gone, and now in a contrary extreme from the dreamy torpor in which she had been before, she was seized with a nervous impatience for the arrival of Cecilia, though whether to hope or fear from it, she did not distinctly know. She went to the drawing room and listened, watched, and looked at the clock, and felt a still increasing dread that the General might return before Lady Cecilia, and that she should not have accomplished her promise. She became more and more impatient. As it grew later, the rolling of carriages increased, and their noise grew louder. and continually as they came near she expected that one would stop at the door. She expected and feared, and grew sick with fear long deferred. At last one carriage did stop, and then came a thundering knock, louder, she thought, than usual, but before she could decide whether it was Cecilia or not, the room door opened, and the servant had scarcely time to say that two ladies who did not give their names had insisted upon being let up. When the two ladies entered, one in the extreme of foreign fashion, but an Englishwoman, of assured and not prepossessing appearance, the other, half hid behind her companion and all timidity, struck Helen as the most beautiful creature she had ever beheld. "A thousand pardons for forcing your doors," said the foremost lady, "but I bear my apology in my hand, a precious little box of Roman cameos from a friend of Lady Cecilia Clarendon's, which I was desired to deliver myself." Helen was, of course, sorry that Lady Cecilia was not at home. "I presume I have the honour of speaking to Miss Stanley," continued the assured lady, and she gave her card, Comtesse de Saint-Simon. Then, half turning to the beauty, who now became visible, "Allow me to mention Lady Blanche Forrester." At that name Helen did not start, but she felt as if she had received an electric shock. How she went through the necessary forms of civility she knew not, but even in the agony of passion the little habits of life hold their sway. The customary motions were made and words pronounced, yet when Helen looked at that beautiful Lady Blanche, and saw how beautiful, there came a spasm at her heart. The Comtesse, in answer to her look towards a chair, did not choose to sit down, could not stay, would not intrude on Miss Stanley. So they stood, Helen supporting herself as best she could, and preserving, apparently, perfect composure, seeming to listen to what Father Madame de Saint-Simon was saying, but only the sounds reached her ear, and a general notion that she spoke of the box in her hand. She gave Helen some message to Lady Cecilia, explanatory of her waiting or not waiting upon her ladyship, to all which Helen answered with proper signs of civility, and while the Comtesse was going on, she longed to look again at Lady Blanche, but dared not. She saw a half curtsy and a receding motion, and she knew they were going, and she curtsied mechanically. She felt inexpressible relief when Madame de Saint-Simon turned her back and moved towards the door. Then Helen looked again at Lady Blanche, and saw again her surpassing beauty and perfect tranquillity. The tranquillity gave her courage. It passed instantaneously into herself, through her whole existence. The Comtesse stopped in her way out to look at a china table. "Ah, beautiful Sèvres, enamel, by Jacques Tort, is it not?" Helen was able to go forward and answer to all the questions asked. Not one word from the Lady Blanche, but she wished to hear the sound of her voice. She tried, she spoke to her, but to whatever Helen said no answer came, but the faintest of smiles. The Comtesse, with easy assurance and impertinent ill-breeding, looked at all that lay in her way, and took up and opened the miniature pictures that were on the table. Lady Cecilia Clarendon, charming. Blanche, you never saw her yet. Quite charming, is it not? Not a word from Lady Blanche, but a smile, a Guido smile. Another miniature taken up by the curious Comtesse. Ah, very like indeed. Not flattered, though. Do you know it, Blanche, eh? It was Beauclerk. Lady Blanche then murmured some words indistinctly, in a very sweet voice, but showed no indication of feeling, except, as Helen gave one glance, she thought she saw a slight colour, like the inside of a shell, delicately beautiful, but it might be only the reflection from the crimson silk curtain near which she stood. It was gone, and the picture put down, and in a lively tone from the Comtesse, "Au revoir," and exit. A graceful bend from the silent beauty, and the vision vanished. Helen stood for some moments, fixed to the spot where they left her. She questioned her inmost thoughts. Why was I struck so much, so strangely with that beauty, so painfully? It cannot be envy. I never was envious of any one, though so many I have seen so much handsomer than myself. Jealousy? Surely not, for there is no reason for it, no possibility of danger. Yet now, alas, when he has so much cause to doubt me, perhaps he might change. He seemed so displeased last night, and he has never been here all morning. She recollected the look and accent of Madame de Saint-Simon, as she said the words au revoir. Helen did not like the words, or the look. She did not like anything about Madame de Saint-Simon. Something so assured, so impertinent, and all that unintelligible message about those cameos, a mere excuse for making this unseasonable pushing visit, just pushing for the acquaintance. The General will never permit it, though, that is one comfort. But why do I say comfort? Back went the circle of her thoughts to the same point. What can I do? The General will return. He will find I have not obeyed him. But what can be done till Cecilia returns? If she were but here, I could mark, we could settle. Oh, Cecilia, where are you? But, she thought, I had better look at the whole. I will have courage to read those horrible letters. To prevent all hazard of further interruption, she now went into an inner room, bolted the doors, and sat down to her dreaded task. And there we leave her. End of volume the 3rd, chapter 4. Volume the 3rd, chapter 5 of Helen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Burlinson. Helen by Maria Edgeworth. Volume the 3rd, chapter 5. That fortune is not nice in her morality, that she frequently favours those who do not adhere to truth more than those who do, we have earlier had occasion to observe. But whether fortune may not be in this, as in all the rest, treacherous and capricious, whether she may not by her first smiles and favours lure her victims on to their cost, to their utter undoing at last, remains to be seen. It is time to inquire what has become of Lady Cecilia Clarendon. Before we follow her on her very early morning visit to her cousins, we must take leave to pause one moment to remark, not in the way of moralizing by any means, but simply as a matter of history, that the first little fib in which Lady Cecilia, as a customary license of speech, indulged herself the moment she awoke this morning, though it seemed to answer its purpose exactly at the time, occasioned her ladyship a good deal of superfluous toil and trouble during the course of the day. In reply to the first question her husband had asked, or in evasion of that question, she had answered, "My dear love, don't ask me any questions, for I have such a horrid headache that I really can hardly speak." Now, a headache such as she had at that moment certainly never silenced any woman. Slighter could not be, scarce enough to swear by. There seemed no great temptation to prevarication either, for the General's question was not of a formidable nature, not what the lawyers call a leading question, rather one that led to nothing. It was only, "Had you a pleasant party at Lady Castlefort's last night, my dear Cecilia?" But with that prescience with which some nicely foresee how the truth, seemingly most innocent, may do harm, her ladyship foreboded that, if she answered straightforward "No," that might lead to "Why? How? Or wherefore?" and this might bring out the history of the strange rude manner in which la belle fiancée had been received. That need not necessarily have followed, but even if it had, it would have done her no harm, rather would have served at once her purpose to the best manner possible, as time will show. Her husband, unsuspicious man, asked no more questions, and only gave her the very advice she wished him to give, that she should not get up to breakfast, that she should rest as long as she could. Farther, as if to forward her schemes, even without knowing them, he left the house early, and her headache conveniently going off, she was dressed with all despatch, carriage at the door as soon as husband out of sight, and away she went, as we have seen, without Helen's hearing, seeing, or suspecting her so well contrived and executed project. She was now in good spirits. The infection of fear which she had caught, perhaps from the too sensitive Helen, last night, she had thrown off this morning. It was a sunny day, and the bright sunshine dispelled, as ever with her, any black notions of the night, all melancholy ideas whatsoever. She had all the constitutional hopefulness of good animal spirits. But though no fears remained, curiosity was as strong as ever. She was exceedingly eager to know what had been the cause of all these strange appearances. She guessed it must be some painful jealousy of Lady Katrine's, some poor spite against Helen. Anything that should really give Beauclerc uneasiness she now sincerely believed to be out of the question. Nonsense. Only Helen and Beauclerc's love of tormenting themselves. Quite nonsense. And nonsense, 3 times ejaculated, quite settled the matter, and assured her in the belief that there could be nothing serious to be apprehended. In 5 minutes she would be at the bottom of all things, and in half an hour return triumphant to Helen, and make her laugh at her cowardly self. The carriage rolled on, Lady Cecilia's spirits rising as she moved rapidly onwards, so that by the time she arrived at Lady Castlefort's she was not only in good, but in high spirits. To her askings, "Not at home," never echoed. Even at hours undue, such as the present, she privileged penetrated. Accordingly, unquestioned, unquestioning, the alert step was let down, open wide was the hall door, and lightly tripped she up the steps. But the first look into the hall told her that company was in the house already. Yes, a breakfast. All were in the breakfast room, except Lady Castlefort, not yet come down. Above, the footman believed, in her boudoir. To the boudoir Cecilia went, but Lady Castlefort was not there, and Cecilia was surprised to hear the sound of music in the drawing-room. Lady Castlefort's voice singing. While she waited in the next room for the song to be finished, Cecilia turned over the books on the table, richly gilt and beautifully bound, except one in a brown paper parcel, which seemed unsuited to the table, yet excited more attention than all the others, because it was directed, "Private for Lady Catherine Hawksby, to be returned before 2 o'clock." What could it be? thought Lady Cecilia. But her attention was now attracted by the song which Lady Castlefort seemed to be practising. The words were distinctly pronounced, uncommonly distinctly, so as to be plainly heard. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we had ne'er been broken-hearted. As Cecilia listened, she cast her eyes upon a card which lay on the table, Lord Beltravers, and a new light flashed upon her, a light favourable to her present purpose. For since the object was altered with Lady Castlefort, since it was not Beauclerk any longer, there would be no further ill will towards Helen. Lady Castlefort was not of the violent, vindictive sort. With her there was no long-standing dépit amoureuse. She was not that fury, a woman scorned, but that blessed spirit, a woman believing herself always admired. Soft, silly, sooth, not one of the hard, wicked is Louisa, thought Cecilia. And as Lady Castlefort, slowly opening the door, entered, timid, as if she knew some particular person was in the room, Cecilia could not help suspecting that Louisa had intended her song for other ears than those of her dear cousin, and that the superb negligence of her dress was not unstudied, but that well-prepared, well-according, sentimental air, changed instantly on seeing, not the person expected, and with a start she exclaimed, "Cecilia Clarendon!" "Louisa Castlefort!" cried Lady Cecilia, answering that involuntary start of confusion with a well-acted start of admiration. "Louisa Castlefort, si belle, so beautifully dressed." "Beautifully dressed! Nothing extraordinary," said Lady Castlefort, advancing with a half-embarrassed, half-nonchalant air. "One must make something of a toilette de matin, you know, when one has people to breakfast." "So elegant, so negligent," continued Lady Cecilia. "There is the point," said Lady Castlefort. "I cannot bear anything that is studied in costume, for dress is really a matter of so little consequence. I never bestow a thought upon it. Angelique rules my toilette as she pleases." "Angelique has the taste of an angel fresh from Paris," cried Lady Cecilia. "And now tell me, Cecilia," pursued Lady Castlefort, quite in good humour, "tell me, my dear, to what do I owe this pleasure? What makes you so matinale? It must be something very extraordinary." "Not at all, only a little matter of curiosity." Then from Lady Castlefort, who had hitherto, as if in absence of mind, stood, there was a slight "Won't you sit?" motion. No, I can't sit, can't stay," said Lady Cecilia. A look quickly visible and quickly suppressed showed Lady Castlefort's sense of relief, then came immediately growing pressing to sit down. "Pray, do not be in such a hurry." "But I am keeping you. Have you breakfasted?" "Taken coffee in my own room," said Lady Castlefort. "But you have people to breakfast. Must you not go down?" "No, no, I shall not go down, for this is Katrine's affair, as I will explain to you." Lady Cecilia was quite content, without any explanation, and sitting down she drew her chair close to Lady Castlefort, and said, "Now, my dear, my little matter of curiosity." "Stay, my dear, first I must tell you about Katrine. Now, confidentially, very." Lady Cecilia ought to have been aware that when once her dear cousin Louisa's little heart opened, and she became confidential, very, it was always of her own dogmatic grievances she began to talk, and that, once the silence opened, out poured from the deep reservoir the long collected minute drops of months and years. "You have no idea what a life I lead with Katrine. Now she is grown blue." "Is she?" said Lady Cecilia, quite indifferent. "Deep blue, shocking, and this is a blue breakfast, and all the people at it are true bores, and a blue bore is, as Horace Churchill says, one of the most mischievous creatures breathing, and he tells me the only way of hindering them from doing mischief is by ringing them, but first you must get rings. Now, in this case, for Katrine, not a ring to be had for love or money, so there is no hope for me." "No hope for me," thought Lady Cecilia, throwing herself back in her chair, submissive, but not resigned. "If it had but pleased Heaven," continued Lady Castlefort, "in its mercy, to have sent Katrine a husband of any kind, what a blessing it would have been! If she could have been married to anybody, now anybody—" "Anybody is infinitely obliged to you," said Cecilia, "but since that is out of the question, let us say no more about it. No use. No use. That is the very thing of which I complain, the very thing which must ever, ever make me miserable." "Well, well, my dear," cried Lady Cecilia, no longer capable of patience, "do not be miserable any more just now. Never mind Katrine just now." "Never mind her! Easy for you to say, Cecilia, who do not live with Katrine Hawksby, and do not know what it is to have such a plague of a sister watching one, watching every turn, every look one gives, worse than a jealous husband. Can I say more?" "No," cried Cecilia, "therefore say no more about it. I understand it all perfectly, and I pity you from the bottom of my heart. So now, my dear Louisa—" "I tell you, my dear Cecilia," pursued Lady Castlefort, continuing her own thoughts, "I tell you Katrine is envious of me. Envy has been her fault from a child. Envy of poor me. Envy, in the first place, of whatever good looks it pleased Providence to give me," a glance at the glass. "And now Katrine envies me for being Lady Castlefort. Heaven knows. Now, Cecilia, and you know, she need not envy me so when she looks at Lord Castlefort, that is, what she sometimes says of herself, which you know is very wrong of her to say to me, unnecessary too, when she knows I had no more hand in my marriage." "Then heart," Cecilia could not forbear saying. "Then heart," readily responded Lady Castlefort. Never was a truer word said. Never was there a more complete sacrifice than my mother made of me. You know, Cecilia, a poor young innocent helpless sacrifice, if ever there was one upon earth." "To a coronet," said Lady Cecilia. "Absolutely dragged to the altar," continued Lady Castlefort. "In Mechlin lace, that was some comfort," said Cecilia, laughing, and she laughed on in hope of cutting short this sad chapter of sacrifices. But Lady Castlefort did not understand raillery upon this too tender point. "I don't know what you mean by Mechlin lace," cried she pettishly. "Is this your friendship for me, Cecilia?" Cecilia, justly in fear of losing the reward of all her large layout of flattery, fell to protesting the tenderest sympathy. But only now it was all over, why make her heart bleed about what could not be helped? Cannot be helped? Oh, there is the very thing I must ever, ever mourn. The embroidered cambric handkerchief was taken out of the bag. No tears indeed came, but there were sobs, and Cecilia, not knowing how far it might go, apprehending that her ladyship meditated hysterics, seized a smelling bottle, threw out the stopper, and presented it close under the nostrils. The good Céponien d'Angleterre, of which Félicie always acknowledged the unrivalled potency, did their business effectually. Back went the head, with an exclamation of "That's enough! Oh, oh! Too much, Cecilia!" "Are you better, my dear?" inquired Cecilia. "But indeed you must not give way to low spirits. Indeed you must not. So now to change the conversation, Louisa." "Not so fast, Lady Cecilia, not yet." And now Louisa went on with a medical maundering. "As to low spirits, my dear Cecilia, I must say I agree with Sir Sid Pennyfeather, who tells me it is not mere common low spirits, but really all mind, too much mind preying upon my nerves. Oh, I knew it myself. At first he thought it was rather constitutional, poor clear Sir Sib. He is very clever, Sir Sib, and I convinced him he was wrong, and so we agreed that it was all upon my mind. All. At that instant a green parrot, who had been half asleep in the corner, awoke on Lady Castlefort's pronouncing, in an elevated tone, all, and conceiving himself in some way called upon, answered, Paul, bit of sugar, Paul." No small difficulty had Lady Cecilia at that moment in keeping her risible muscles in order, but she did, for Helen's sake, and she was rewarded, for after Lady Castlefort had, all unconscious of ridicule, fed Paul from her amber bonbonnière, and sighed out once more, "Mind, too much mind," she turned to Cecilia and said, "But, my dear, you wanted something, you had something to ask me." At once, and as fast as she could speak, Lady Cecilia poured out her business about Helen Stanley. She told of the ill-bred manner in which Helen had been received last night, inquired why the words promessi sposi and belle fiancée were so oddly repeated, as if they had been watchwords, and asked what was meant by all those strange whisperings in the sanctum sanctorum. "Katrine's set," observed Lady Castlefort coolly, "just like them, just like her." "I should not care about it in the least," said Lady Cecilia, "if it were only Katrine's ill nature, or their ill breeding. Ill breeding always recoils on the ill bred, and does nobody else any harm. but I should be glad to be quite clear that there is nothing more at the bottom." Lady Castlefort made no reply, but took up a bunch of seals, and looked at each of them one after another. Lady Cecilia, more afraid now than she had yet been that there was something at the bottom, still bravely went on. "What is it? If you know, tell me at once." "Nay, ask Katrine," said Lady Castlefort. "No, I ask you. I would rather ask you, for you are good-natured, Louisa, so tell me." "But I dare say it is only slander," said the good-natured Louisa. "Slander?" repeated Lady Cecilia. "Slander, did you say?" "Yes. What is there to surprise you so much in that word? Did you never hear of such a thing? I am sure I hear too much of it. Katrine lives and breathes and fattens upon it, as Churchill says. She eats slander, drinks slander, sleeps upon slander. But tell me, what of Helen? That is all I want to hear," cried Lady Cecilia. "Slander of Helen Stanley? What is it that Katrine says about poor Helen? What spite, what vengeance can she have against her? Tell me, tell me." "If you could ask one question at a time, I might be able to answer you," said Lady Castlefort. "Do not hurry me so, you fidget my nerves. First, as to the spite, you know yourself that Katrine, from the beginning, never could endure Helen Stanley. For my part, I always rather liked her than otherwise, and shall defend her to the last." "Defend her?" "But Katrine was always jealous of her, and lately worse than ever, for getting into her place, as she says, with you. That made her hate her all the more." "Let her hate on, that will never make me love Helen the less." "So I told her, and besides, Miss Stanley is going to be married." "To be sure." "Well?" "And Katrine naturally hates everybody that is going to be married. If you were to see the state she is in, always reading the announcements of marriages in high life. Churchill, I do believe, had Miss Stanley's intended match put into every paper continually, on purpose for the pleasure of plaguing Katrine. And if you could have seen her long face when she saw it announced in the Court Gazette, good authority, you know, really it was pitiable." I don't care about that. Oh, pray go on to the facts about Helen." "Well, but the fact is, as I tell you, you wanted to know what sufficient cause for vengeance, and am I not telling you? If you would not get into such a state of excitement, as Sir Sib says, excitements should be avoided. La, my dear," continued Lady Castlefort, looking up at her with unfeigned astonishment, "what agitation! Why, if it were a matter that concerned yourself—" "It concerns my friend, and that is the same thing." "So one says, but you look really such a colour." "No matter what colour I look," cried Cecilia. "Go on." "Do you never read the papers?" said Lady Castlefort. "Sometimes," said Lady Cecilia, "but I have not looked at a paper these 3 days. Was there anything particular? Tell me." "My dear, tell you, as if I could remember by heart all the scandalous paragraphs I read." She looked around the room, and not seeing the papers, said, "I do not know what has become of those papers, but you can find them when you go home." She mentioned the names of 2 papers, noted for being personal, scandalous, and scurrilous. "Are those the papers you mean?" cried Lady Cecilia. The general never lets them into the house." "That is a pity. That's hard upon you, for then you never are, as you see, au courant du jour, and all your friends might be abused to death without your knowing it, if some kind person did not tell you." "Do tell me, then. The substance. I don't want the words. But the words are all. Somehow it is nothing without the words." In her now excited state of communicativeness, Lady Castlefort rose and looked all about the room for the papers, saying, "They were here, they were there, all yesterday. Katrine had them, showing them to Lady Masham in the morning, and to all her blue set afterwards. Lord knows what she has done with them. So tiresome looking for things. How I hate it." She rang the bell and inquired from the footman if he knew what had become of the papers. Of course he did not know, could not imagine. Servants never know nor can imagine what have become of newspapers. But he could inquire. While he went to inquire, Lady Castlefort sank down again into her bergère, and again fell into admiration of Cecilia's state of impatience. "How curious you are! Now I am never really curious about anything that does not come home to myself. I have so little interest about other people." This was said in all the simplicity of selfishness, not from candour, but from mere absence of shame, and utter ignorance of what others think, what others feel, which always characterizes and often betrays the selfish, even where the head is best capable of supplying the deficiencies of the heart. But Louisa Castlefort had no head to hide her want of heart, while Cecilia, who had both head and heart, looked down upon her cousin with surprise, pity, and contempt, quick succeeding each other in a sort of parenthesis of feeling, as she moved her eyes for a moment from the door on which they had been fixed, and to which they recurred, while she stood waiting for the appearance of those newspapers. The footman entered with them. "In Mr. Landrum's room they were, my lady." Lady Cecilia did not hear a word that was said, nor did she see that the servant laid a note on the table. It was well that Louisa had that note to read and to answer, while Cecilia looked at the paragraphs in these papers. Else her start must have been seen, her exclamation must have been heard. It must have been marked that the whole character of her emotion changed from generous sympathy with her friend to agony of fear for herself. The instant she cast her eyes on that much-read paper, she saw the name of Colonel d'Aubigny. All the rest swam before her eyes. Lady Castlefort, without looking up from her writing, asked, "What day of the month?" Cecilia could not answer, but recalled to herself by the sound of the voice, she now tried to read. She scarcely read the words, but some way took the sense into her mind at a glance. End of Volume 3, Chapter 5.
Volume the Third, Chapter 6 of Helen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. Helen by Maria Edgeworth. Volume the Third, Chapter 6. The first of these paragraphs caught the eye by its title in capital letters, La Belle Fiancée. Though quite unknown in the London world, this young lady cannot fail to excite some curiosity among our fashionables as the successful rival of one whom the greatest painter of the age has pronounced to be the fairest of the fair. the Lady B.F. This new Helen is, we understand, of a respectable family, niece to a late dean, distinguished for piety much and virtù more. It was reported that the niece was a great heiress, but after the proposal had been made, it was discovered that virtù had made away with every shilling of her fortune. This made no difference in the eyes of her innamorato, who is as rich as he is generous, and who saw with the eyes of a youth of age to-morrow. His guardian, a wary general, demurred, but nursery tactics prevailed. The young lady, though she had never been out, bore the victory from him of many campaigns. The day for the marriage was fixed as announced by us, but we are concerned to state that a postponement of this marriage for mysterious reasons has taken place. Delicacy forbids us to say more at present. Delicacy, however, did not prevent their saying in the next paper, in a paragraph headed "Mystery Solved," "We understand that in the course of a few days will appear the Memoirs of the late Colonel D.Y., or Reminiscences of a Roué, well known in the fashionable world. This little volume bids fair to engross the attention of the higher circles, as it contains, besides innumerable curious, personal, and secret anecdotes, the original love letters of a certain belle fiancée, now residing with a noble family in Grosvenor Square. Lady Cecilia saw at once the whole dreadful danger. Her own letters to Colonel D'Aubigny, they must he. How could they have got them? They would be seen by her husband, published to the whole world. If the general found out they were hers, he would cast her off forever. If they were believed to be Helen's, Helen was undone, sacrificed to her folly, her cowardice. Oh, if I had but told Clarendon, he would have stopped this dreadful, dreadful publication, and what falsehoods it might contain. She did not even dare to think. All was remorse, terror, confusion. Fixed to the spot like one stupefied, she stood. Lady Castlefort did not see it. She had been completely engrossed with what she had been writing. She was now looking for her most sentimental seal, and not till she had pressed that seal down and examined the impression did she look up or notice Cecilia. Then struck indeed with a sense of something unusual. "My dear," said she, "you have no idea how odd you look. So strange, Cecilia, quite ébahie," giving 2 pulls to the bell as she spoke, and her eyes on the door, impatient for the servant, she added, "After all, Cecilia, Helen Stanley is no relation even, only a friend. Take this note," to the footman who answered the bell, and the moment he left the room, continuing in the same tone to Lady Cecilia, she said, "You will have to give her up at last, that's all. So you had better make your mind up to it." When Lady Cecilia tried to speak, she felt her tongue cleave to the roof of her mouth, and when she did articulate, it was in a sort of hoarse sound. "Is the book published?" She held the paper before Lady Castlefort's eyes, and pointed to the name she could not utter. "D'Aubigny's book. Is it published, do you mean?" said Lady Castlefort. "Absolutely published I cannot say, but it is all in print. I know. I do not understand about publishing. There's something about presentation copies. I know Katrine was wild to have one before anybody else. So she is to have the first copy, I know, and, I believe, is to have it this very morning for the people at this breakfast. It is to be the bonne bouche of the business. What has Katrine to do with it? Oh, tell me quick. Dear me, Cecilia, what a fuss you are in. You make me quite nervous to look at you. You had better go down to the breakfast room, and you will hear all about it from the fountain head." "Has Katrine the book or not?" cried Lady Cecilia. "Bless me! I will inquire, my dear, if you will not look so dreadful." She rang and coolly asked, "Did that man, that bookseller, Stone, send any parcel or book this morning, do you know, for Lady Katrine?" "Yes, my lady. Landrum had a parcel for Lady Katrine. It is on the table, I believe." "Very well." The man left the room. Lady Cecilia darted on the brown paper parcel she had seen directed to Lady Katrine, and seized it before the amazed Louisa could prevent her. "Stop, stop!" cried she, springing forward. "Stop, Cecilia. Katrine will never forgive me." But Lady Cecilia, seizing a penknife, cut the first knot. "Oh, Cecilia, I am undone if Katrine comes in. Make haste, make haste. I can only let you have a peep or two. We must do it up again as well as ever," continued Lady Castlefort, while Lady Cecilia, fast as possible, went on cutting the packthread to bits, and she tore off the brown paper cover, then one of the silver paper that protected the silk binding. Lady Castlefort took up the outer cover and read, "To be returned before 2 o'clock." What can that mean? Then it is only lent, not her own. Katrine will not understand this, will be outrageously disappointed. I'm sure I don't care, but here is a note from Stone, however, which may explain it. She opened and read Stone's respects. Existing circumstances make it necessary her ladyship's copy should be returned. Will be called for at 2 o'clock. Cecilia, Cecilia, make haste. But Katrine does not know yet. Still she may come up. Lady Castlefort rang and inquired, "Have they done breakfast?" "Breakfast is over, my lady," said the servant who answered the bell, "but Landrum thinks the gentlemen and ladies will not be up immediately, on account of one of the ladies being performing a poem." "Very well, very good," added her ladyship, as the man left the room. "Then, Cecilia, you will have time enough, for when once they begin performing, as Sylvester calls it, there is no end of it." "Oh, heavens!" cried Cecilia, as she turned over the pages. "Oh, heavens! What is here? Such absolute falsehood! Shocking! Shocking!" she exclaimed as she looked on, terrified at what she saw. "Absolutely false! A forgery!" "Whereabouts are you?" said Lady Castlefort, approaching to read along with her. "Oh, do not read it," cried Cecilia, and she hastily closed the book. "What signifies shutting the book, my dear?" said Louisa. "As if you could shut people's eyes. I know what it is. I have read it." "Read it?" "Read it. I really can read, though it seems to astonish you. But it is not published. One can read in manuscript." "And did you see the manuscript?" "I had a glimpse. Yes, I know more than Katrine thinks I know." "Oh, tell me, Louisa, tell me all," cried Cecilia. "I will, but you must never tell that I told it to you." "Speak, speak," cried Cecilia. "It is a long story," said Lady Castlefort. "Make it short, then. Oh, tell me quick, Louisa." "There is a literary dessous des cartes," said Lady Castlefort, a little vain of knowing a literary dessous des cartes, Churchill being at the head of everything of that sort, you know. The bookseller brought him the manuscript which Sir Thomas d'Aubigny had offered him, and wanted to know whether it would do or not. Mr. Churchill's answer was, that it would never do without more pepper and salt, meaning gossip and scandal, and all that. But you are reading on, Cecilia, not listening to me." "I am listening, indeed." "Then never tell how I came to know everything. Katrine's maid has a lover, who is, as she phrases it, one of the gentlemen connected with the press. Now my Angelique, who cannot endure Katrine's maid, tells me that this man is only a wonder maker, a half-crown paragraph writer. So, through Angelique, and indeed from another person," she stopped, and then went on, "through Angelique it all came up to me." "All what?" cried Cecilia. Go on to the facts." "I will, if you will not hurry me so. The letters were not in Miss Stanley's handwriting." "No, I am sure of that," said Cecilia. "Copies were all that they pretended to be, so they may be forgeries after all, you see." "But how did Katrine or Mr. Churchill come by the copies?" "I have a notion, but of this I am not quite sure. I have a notion, from something I was told by. In short, I suspect that Carlos, Lady Davenant's page, somehow got at them, and gave them, or had them given to, the man who was to publish the book. Lady Katrine and Churchill laid their heads together, here, in this very sanctum sanctorum. They thought I knew nothing, but I knew everything. I do not believe Horace had anything to do with it, except saying that the love letters would be just the thing for the public if they were bad enough. I remember, too, that it was he who added the second title, Reminiscences of a Roué, and said something about alliteration's artful aid. And now," concluded Lady Castlefort, "it is coming to the grand catastrophe, as Katrine calls it. She has already told the story, and to-day she was to give all her set what she calls ocular demonstration." "Cecilia, now, quick, finish." "They will be here this instant. Give me the book. Let me do it up this minute." "No, no, let me put it up," cried Lady Cecilia, keeping possession of the book and the brown paper. "I am a famous hand at doing up a parcel, as famous as any Bond Street shopman. Your hands are not made for such work." Anybody but Lady Castlefort would have discerned that Lady Cecilia had some further design, and she was herself afraid it would be perceived. But taking courage from seeing what a fool she had to deal with, Lady Cecilia went on more boldly. "Louisa, I must have more packthread. This is all cut to bits. I will ring and ask for some." "No, no, do not ring for the footman. He might observe that we had opened the parcel. Cannot you get a string without ringing? Look, that basket." "None there, I know," said Lady Castlefort without stirring. "In your own room, then. Angelique has some." "How do you know?" "I know, never mind how. Go, and she will give you packthread. I must have it before Katrine comes up. So go, Louisa, go, go." In the imperative mood operated, and she went, she did not know why. That instant Lady Cecilia drew the book out of the half-folded paper, and quick, tore out page after page, every page of those letters that concerned herself or Helen, and into the fire thrust them, and as they blazed held them down bravely, had the boldness to wait till all was black. All the while she trembled, but stood it, and they were burnt, and the book in its brown paper cover was left on the table, and she downstairs, before Lady Castlefort's dressing-room door opened, and she crossed the hall without meeting a soul except the man in waiting there. The breakfast room was at the back of the house looking into the gardens, and her carriage at the front door had never been seen by Lady Katrine, or any of her blue set. She cleared out of the house into her carriage, and off to the park, said she. She was off but just in time. The whole tribe came out of the breakfast room before she had turned the corner of the street. She threw herself back in the carriage, and took breath, congratulating herself upon this hairbreadth escape. For this hour, this minute, she had escaped. She was reprieved. And now what was next to be done? This was but a momentary reprieve. Another copy would be had. No, not till to-morrow, though. The sound of the words had been read from the bookseller's note by Lady Castlefort, though scarcely noticed at the time, recurred to her now, and there was hope something might to-day be done to prevent the publication. It might still be kept for ever from her husband's and from Beauclerc's knowledge. One stratagem had succeeded, others might. She took a drive round the park to compose the excessive flurry of her spirits. Letting down all the glasses, she had the fresh air blowing upon her, and ere she was half round, she was able to think of what yet remained to do. Money, oh, any money she could command she would give to prevent this publication. She was not known to the bookseller. No matter. Money is money from whatever hand. She would trust the matter to no one but herself, and she would go immediately, not a moment to be lost, to Stone's the bookseller's. Arrived. Do not give my name. Only say a lady wants to speak to Mr. Stone. The people at Mr. Stone's did not know the livery or the carriage, but such a carriage and such a lady commanded the deference of the shopman. Please to walk in, madam. And by the time she had walked in, the man changed madam to your ladyship. Mr. Stone will be with your ladyship in a moment, only in the warehouse. If your ladyship will please to walk up into the back drawing-room, there's a fire. The maid followed to blow it, and while the bellows wheezed and the fire did not burn, Lady Cecilia looked out of the window in eager expectation of seeing Mr. Stone returning from the warehouse with all due celerity. No Mr. Stone, however, appeared, but there was a good fire in the middle of the courtyard, as she observed to the maid who was plying the wheezing bellows, and who answered that they had a great fire there this hour past, burning of papers. And at that moment a man came out with his arms full of a huge pile, sheets of a book. Lady Cecilia saw it was thrown on the fire, then came out and stood before the fire. Could he mistaken? Impossible. It was like a dream. The general! Cecilia's first thought was to run away before she could be seen, but the next moment that thought was abandoned, for the time to execute it was now past. The messenger sent across the yard had announced that a lady in the back drawing-room wanted Mr. Stone. Eyes had looked up. The general had seen and recognized her, and all she could now do was to recognize him in return, which she did as eagerly and gracefully as possible. The general came up to her directly, not a little astonished that she, whom he fancied at home in her bed, incapacitated by a headache that had prevented her from speaking to him, should be here, so far out of her usual haunts, and, as it seemed, out of her element. "What can bring you here, my dear Cecilia? "the same purpose which, if I rightly spell, brought you here, my dear General." And her eye intelligently glanced at the burning papers in the yard. "Do you know, then, Cecilia, what those papers are? How did you know?" Lady Cecilia told her history, keeping as strictly to facts as the nature of the case admitted. Her headache, of course, she had found much better for the sleep she had taken. She had set off, she told him, as soon as she was able, for Lady Castlefort's, to inquire into the meaning of the strange whispers of the preceding night. Then she told of the scandalous paragraphs she had seen, how she had looked over the book, and how successfully she had torn out and destroyed the whole chapter, and then how, hoping to be able to prevent the publication, she had driven directly to Mr. Stone's. Her husband, with confiding, admiring eyes, looked at her and listened to her, and thought all she said so natural, so kind, that he could not but love her the more for her zeal of friendship, though he blamed her for interfering, in defiance of his caution. "Had you consulted me, or listened to me, my dear Cecilia, this morning, I could have saved you all this trouble. I should have told you that I would settle with Stone, and stop the publication, as I have done. But that copy which had been sent to Lady Katrine, surely I did some good there by burning those pages, for if once it had got among her set, it would have spread like wildfire, you know, Clarendon." He acknowledged this, and said, smiling, "Be satisfied with yourself, my love. I acknowledge that you made there a capital coup de main." Just then in came Mr. Stone with an account in his hand, which the General stepped forward to receive, and, after one glance at the amount, he took up a pen, wrote, and signed his name to a cheque on his banker. Mr. Stone received it, bowed obsequiously, and assured the General that every copy of the offensive chapter had been withdrawn from the book and burnt. "That copy excepted which you have yourself, General, and that which was sent to Lady Katrine Hawksby, which we expect in every minute, and it shall be sent to Grosvenor Square immediately. I will bring it myself to prevent all danger." The General, who knew there was no danger there, smiled at Cecilia, and told the bookseller that he need take no further trouble about Lady Katrine's copy. The man bowed, and looking again at the amount of the cheque, retired well satisfied. "You come home with me, my dear Clarendon, do not you?" said Lady Cecilia. They drove off. On their way the General said, "It is always difficult to decide whether to contradict or to let such publications take their course, but in the present case, to stop the scandal instantly and completely was the only thing to be done. There are cases of honour, when women are concerned, where law is too slow. It must not be remedy, it must be prevention. If the finger of scorn dares to point, it must be cut off." After a pause of grave thought, he added, "Upon the manner in which Helen now acts will depend her happiness, her character, her whole future life." Lady Cecilia summoned all her power to prevent her from betraying herself. The danger was great, for she could not command her fears so completely as to hide the look of alarm with which she listened to the General. But in his eyes her agitation appeared no more than was natural for her to feel about her friend. "My love," continued he, "if Helen is worthy of your affection, she will show it now. Her only resource is in perfect truth. Tell her so, Cecilia. Impress it upon her mind. Would to Heaven, had I been able to convince her of this at first! Speak to her strongly, Cecilia, as you love her. Impress upon her that my esteem, Beauclerc's love, the happiness of her life, depend upon her truth." As he repeated these words, the carriage stopped at their own door. End of Volume the Third, Chapter 6. Volume the Third, Chapter 7 of Helen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. Helen by Maria Edgeworth. Volume the Third, Chapter 7. We left Helen in the back drawing-room, the door bolted, and beginning to read her dreaded task. The paragraphs in the newspapers, we have seen, were sufficiently painful, but when she came to the book itself, to the letters, she was in consternation, greater even than what she had felt in the General's presence under the immediate urgency of his eye and voice. Her conviction was that in each of these letters there were some passages, some expressions, which certainly were Cecilia's, but mixed with others, which as certainly were not hers. The internal evidence appeared to her irresistibly strong, and even in those passages which she knew to be Cecilia's writing, it too plainly appeared that, however playfully, however delicately expressed, there was more of real attachment for Colonel d'Aubigny than Cecilia had ever allowed Helen to believe, and she felt that Cecilia must shrink from General Clarendon's seeing these as her letters, after she had herself assured him that he was her first love. The falsehood was here so indubitable, so proved, that Helen herself trembled at the thought of Cecilia's acknowledging the plain facts to her husband. The time for it was past. Now that they were in print, published perhaps, how must he feel, if even candid confession were made to him, and made for the best motives? It would to him appear only forced by necessity, forced, as he would say to himself, because her friend would not submit to be sacrificed. Such were Helen's thoughts on reading the 2 or 3 first letters, but, as she went on, her alarm increased to horror. She saw things which she felt certain Cecilia could never have written, yet truth and falsehood were so mixed up in every paragraph, circumstances which she herself had witnessed so misrepresented, that it was all to her inextricable confusion. The passages which were to be marked could not now depend upon her opinion, her belief. They must rest upon Cecilia's integrity, and could she depend upon it? The impatience which she had felt for Lady Cecilia's return now faded away, and merged in the more painful thought that, when she did come, the suspense would not end, the doubts would never be satisfied. She lay down upon the sofa and tried to rest, kept herself perfectly still, and resolved to think no more, and, as far as the power of the mind over itself can stay the ever-rising thoughts, she controlled hers, and waited with a sort of forced, desperate composure for the event. Suddenly she heard that knock, that ring, which she knew announced Lady Cecilia's return. But not Cecilia alone. She heard the general also coming upstairs, but Cecilia first, who did not stop for more than an instant at the drawing-room door. She looked in, as Helen guessed, and seeing that no one was there, ran very quickly up the next flight of stairs. Next came the general. On hearing his step, Helen's anxiety became so intense that she could not, at the moment he came near, catch the sound or distinguish which way he went. Strained beyond its power, the faculty of hearing seemed suddenly to fail. All was confusion, as indistinct buzz of sounds. The next moment, however, recovering, she plainly heard his step in the front drawing-room, and she knew that he twice walked up and down the whole length of the room, as if in deep thought. Each time as he approached the folding doors she was breathless. At last he stopped. His hand was on the lock. She recollected that the door was bolted, and as he turned the handle she, in a powerless voice, called to tell him, but not hearing her, he tried again, and as the door shook she again tried to speak, but could not. Still she heard, though she could not articulate. She heard him say, "Miss Stanley, are you there? Can I see you?" But the words, the voice seemed to come from afar, sounded dull and strange. She tried to rise from her seat, found a difficulty, made an effort, stood up. She summoned resolution, struggled, hurried across the room, drew back the bolt, threw open the door, and that was all she could do. In that effort strength and consciousness failed. She fell forward and fainted at the general's feet. He raised her up and laid her on the sofa in the inner room. He rang for her maid, and went upstairs to prevent Cecilia's being alarmed. He took the matter coolly. He had seen many fainting young ladies. He did not like them, his own Cecilia excepted. In his mind always excepted from every unfavourable suspicion regarding the sex. Helen, on the contrary, was at present subject to them all, and under the cloud of distrust he saw in a bad light everything that occurred. The same appearances which, in his wife, he would have attributed to the sensibility of true feeling, he interpreted in Helen as the consciousness of falsehood, the proof of cowardly duplicity. He went back at once to his original prejudice against her, when, as he first thought, she had been forced upon him in preference to his own sister. He had been afterwards convinced that she had been perfectly free from all double-dealing. Yet now he slid back again, as people of his character often do, to their first opinion. "I thought so at first, and I find, as I usually do, that my first thought was right. What had been but an adverse feeling was now considered as a prescient judgment, and he did not go upstairs the quicker for these thoughts, but calmly and coolly, when he reached Lady Cecilia's dressing room, knocked at the door, and, with all the precautions necessary to prevent her from being alarmed, told her what had happened. "You had better not go down, my dear Cecilia, I beg you will not. Miss Stanley has her own maid, all the assistance that can be wanted. My dear, it is not fit for you. I desire you will not go down." But Lady Cecilia would not listen, could not be detained. She escaped from her husband, and ran down to Helen. Excessively alarmed she was, and well she might be, knowing herself to be the cause, and not certain in any way how it might end. She found Helen a little recovered, but still pale as white marble, and when Lady Cecilia took her hand, it was still quite cold. She came to herself, but very slowly. For some minutes she did not recover perfect consciousness, or clear recollection. She saw figures of persons moving about her. She felt them as if too near, and wished them away, wanted air, but could not say what she wished. She would have moved, but her limbs would not obey her will. At last, when she had with effort half raised her head, it sunk back again before she could distinguish all the persons in the room. The shock of cold water on her forehead revived her. Then, coming clearly to power of perception, she saw Cecilia bending over her, but still she could not speak, and yet she understood distinctly, saw the affectionate anxiety too in her little maid Rose's countenance. She felt that she loved Rose, and that she could not endure Felicie, who had now come in, and was making exclamations, and advising various remedies, all of which, when offered, Helen declined. It was not merely that Felicie's talking, and tone of voice, and superabundant action were too much for her, but that Helen had at this moment a sort of intuitive perception of insincerity, and of exaggeration. In that dreamy state, hovering between life and death, in which people are on coming out of a swoon, it seems as if there was need for a firm hold of reality. The senses and the understanding join in the struggle, and become most acute in their perception of what is natural or what is unnatural, true or false, in the expressions and feelings of the bystanders. Lady Cecilia understood her look, and dismissed Felicie, with all her smelling bottles. Rose, though not ordered away, judiciously retired as soon as she saw that her services were of no further use, and that there was something upon her young lady's mind, for which hartshorn and sal volatile could be of no avail. Cecilia would have kissed her forehead, but Helen made a slight withdrawing motion, and turned away her face. The next instant, however, she looked up, and taking Cecilia's hand, pressed it kindly, and said, "You are more to be pitied than I am. Sit down beside me, my poor Cecilia. How you tremble! And yet you do not know what is coming upon you." "Yes, I do," cried Lady Cecilia, and she eagerly told Helen all that had passed, ending with the assurance that the publication had been completely stopped by her dear Clarendon, that the whole chapter containing the letters had been destroyed, that not a single copy had got abroad. "The only one in existence is this," said she, taking it up as she spoke, and she made a movement as if going to tear out the leaves. But Helen checked her hand. That must not be, the general desired. And almost breathless, yet distinctly, she repeated what the general had said, that he might be called upon to prove which parts were forged, and which true, and that she had promised to mark the passages. "So now, Cecilia, here is a pencil, and mark what is and what is not yours." Lady Cecilia instantly took the pencil, and in great agitation obeyed. "Oh, my dear Helen, some of these the general could not think yours. Very wicked these people have been. So the general said. He was sure he knew all could not be yours." "Finish, my dear Cecilia," interrupted Helen. "Finish what you have to do, and in this last trial, give me this one proof of your sincerity. Be careful in what you are now doing. Mark truly, oh Cecilia, every word you recollect as your conscience tells you. Will you, Cecilia? This is all I ask, as I am to answer for it. Will you?" Most fervently she protested she would. She had no difficulty in recollecting, in distinguishing her own, and at first she marked truly, and was glad to separate what was at worst only foolish girlish nonsense from things which had been interpolated to make out the romance, things which never could have come from her mind. There is some comfort in having our own faults overshadowed, outdone by the greater faults of others. And here it was flagrant wickedness in the editor, and only weakness and imprudence in the writer of the real letters. Lady Cecilia continually solaced her conscience by pointing out to Helen, as she went on, the folly, literally the folly, of the deception she had practised on her husband, and her exclamations against herself were so vehement that Helen would not add to her pain by a single reproach. Since she had decided that the time was past for urging her confession to the general, she now only said, "Look to the future, Cecilia. The past we cannot recall. This will be a lesson you can never forget." "Oh, never, never can I forget it. You have saved me, Helen." Tears and protestations followed these words, and at the moment they were all sincere. And yet, can it be believed? Even in this last trial, when it came to this last proof, Lady Cecilia was not perfectly true. She purposely avoided putting her mark of acknowledgment to any of those expressions which most clearly proved her love for Colonel D'Aubigny, for she still said to herself that the time might come, though at present it could not be, when she might make a confession to her husband. In his joy at the birth of a son, she thought she might venture. She still looked forward to doing justice to her friend at some future period, and to make this easier, to make this possible, as she said to herself, she must now leave out certain expressions, which might, if acknowledged, remain for ever fixed in Clarendon's mind, and for which she could never be forgiven. Helen, when she looked over the pages, observed among the unmarked passages some of those expressions which she had thought were Cecilia's, but she concluded she was mistaken. She could not believe that her friend could at such a moment deceive her, and she was even ashamed of having doubted her sincerity, and her words, look, and manner now gave assurance of perfect unquestioning confidence. This delicacy in Helen struck Lady Cecilia to the quick. Ever apt to be more touched by her refined feelings than by her strong appeal to her reason or her principles, she was now shocked by the contrast between her own paltering meanness and her friend's confiding generosity. As this thought crossed her mind, she stretched out her hand again for the book, took up the pencil, and was going to mark the truth, but the impulse passed, cowardice prevailed, and cowardice whispered, "Helen is looking at me. Helen sees at this moment what I am doing, and, after having marked them as not mine, how can I now acknowledge them? It is too late. It is impossible." "I have done as you desired," continued she. "Helen, to the best of my ability, I have marked all this. But what can it signify now, my dear, except—" Helen interrupted her. "Take the book to the general this moment, will you, and tell him that all the passages are marked as he desired. Stay, I had better write." She wrote upon a slip of paper a message to the same effect, having well considered the words by which she might, without further step in deception, save her friend, and take upon herself the whole blame, the whole hazardous responsibility. When Cecilia gave the marked book to General Clarendon, he said, as he took it, "I am glad she has done this, though it is unnecessary now, as I was going to tell her if she had not fainted. Unnecessary, because I have now in my possession the actual copies of the original letters. I found them here on my return. That good little poetess found them for me at the printer's, but she could not discover. I have not yet been able to trace where they came from, or by whom they were copied." "Oh, let me see them," cried Lady Cecilia. "Not yet, my love," said he. "You would know nothing more by seeing them. They are in a feigned hand evidently." "But," interrupted Cecilia, "you cannot want the book now, when you have the letters themselves." And she attempted to draw it from his hand, for she instantly perceived the danger of the discrepancies between her marks and the letters being detected. She made a stronger effort to withdraw the book, but he held it fast. "Leave it with me now, my dear. I want it. It will settle my opinion as to Helen's truth." Slowly and absolutely sickened with apprehension, Lady Cecilia withdrew. When she returned to Helen, and found how pale she was and how exhausted she seemed, she entreated her to lie down again and try to rest. "Yes, I believe I had better rest before I see Granville," said Helen. "Where can he have been all day?" "With some friend of his, I suppose," said Cecilia, and she insisted on Helen's saying no more, and keeping herself perfectly quiet. She farther suggested that she had better not appear at dinner. It will be only a family party, some of the general's relations. Miss Clarendon is to be here, and she is one, you know, trying to the spirits, and she is not likely to be in her most suave humour this evening, as she has been under a course of the toothache, and has been all day at the dentist's." Helen readily consented to remain in her own room, though she had not so great a dread of Miss Clarendon as Lady Cecilia seemed to feel. Lady Cecilia was indeed in the greatest terror lest Miss Clarendon should have heard some of these reports about Helen and Beauclerc, and would in her blunt way ask directly what they meant, and go on with some of her point-blank questions, which Cecilia feared might be found unanswerable. However, as Miss Clarendon had only just come to town from Wales, and come only about her teeth, she hoped that no reports could have reached her, and Cecilia trusted much to her own address and presence of mind in moments of danger, in turning the conversation the way it should go. But things were now come to a point where none of the little skilful interruptions or lucky hits by which she had so frequently profited could avail her farther than to delay what must be. Passion and character pursue their course unalterably, unimpeded by small external circumstances. Interrupted they may be in their progress, but as the stream opposed bears against the obstacle, sweeps it away, or foams and passes by. Before Lady Cecilia's toilette was finished, her husband was in her dressing-room, came in without knocking, a circumstance so unusual with him that Mademoiselle Felicie's eyes opened to their utmost orbit, and, without waiting for word or look, she vanished, leaving the bracelet half clasped on her lady's arm. "Cecilia!" said the general. He spoke in so stern a tone that she trembled from head to foot. Her last falsehood about the letters, all her falsehoods, all her concealments, were, she thought, discovered. Unable to support herself, she sank into his arms. He seated her, and went on in a cool, inexorable tone. "Cecilia, I am determined not to sanction by any token of my public approbation this marriage, which I no longer in my private conscience desire or approve. I will not be the person to give Miss Stanley to my ward." Lady Cecilia almost screamed. Her selfish fears forgotten, she felt only terror for her friend. She exclaimed, "Clarendon, will you break off the marriage? Oh, Helen, what will become of her? Clarendon, what can you mean?" "I mean that I have compared the passages that Helen marked in the book with those copies of the letters which were given to the bookseller before the interpolations were made. The letters as Miss Stanley wrote them. The passages in the letters and the passages marked in the book do not agree." "Oh, but she might have forgotten. It might be accident," cried Cecilia, overwhelmed with confusion. "No, Cecilia," pursued the general, in a tone which made her heart die within her. "No, Cecilia, it is not accident, it is design. I perceive that every strong expression, every word, in short, which could show her attachment to that man, has been purposely marked as not her own, and the letters themselves prove that they were her own. The truth is not in her." In an agitation which prevented all power of thought, Cecilia exclaimed, she mistook. I could not, I am sure, recollect. She asked me if I remembered any." "She consulted you, then?" "She asked my advice, told me that—" "I particularly requested her," interrupted the general, "not to ask your advice. I desired her not to speak to you on the subject, not to consult you. Deceit, double-dealing in everything she does, I find." No, it is my fault. Everything I say and do is wrong," cried Lady Cecilia. "I recollect now, it was just after her fainting, when I brought the book, and when she took it to mark she really was not able. It was not that she consulted me, but I forced my counsel upon her. I looked over the letters, and said what I thought. If anybody is wrong, it is I, Clarendon. Oh, do not visit my sins upon Helen so cruelly. Do not make me the cause of her ruin. Innocent creature, I assure you, if you do this, I never could forgive myself." The general looked at her in silence. She did not dare to meet his eyes, desperately anxious as she was to judge by his countenance what was passing within. He clasped for her that bracelet which her trembling hands were in vain attempting to close. "Poor thing, how its heart beats!" said her husband, pressing her to him as he sat down beside her. Cecilia thought she might venture to speak. You know, my dear Clarendon, I never oppose, interfere with, any determination of yours when once it is fixed." "This is fixed," interrupted the general. "But after all you have done for her this very day, for which I am sure I thank you from my soul, would you now undo it all?" "She is saved from public shame," said the general. "From private contempt I cannot save her. Who can save those who have not truth? But my determination is fixed. It is useless to waste words on the subject. Esther is come, I must go to her. And now, Cecilia, I conjure you, when you see Beauclerc, I have not seen him all day. I do not know where he has been. I conjure you, I command you not to interfere between him and Helen." "But you would not have me give her up? I should be the basest of human beings. I do not know what you mean, Cecilia." "You have done for her all that an honourable friend could do." "I am not an honourable friend," was Cecilia's bitter consciousness, as she pressed her hand upon her heart, which throbbed violently with contending fears. "You have done all that an honourable friend could do. More must not be done," continued the general. "And now recollect, Cecilia, that you are my wife as well as Miss Stanley's friend." And, as he said these words, he left the room. Volume the Third, Chapter 7.
Volume the Third, Chapter 8 of Helen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Helen by Maria Edgeworth. Volume the Third, Chapter 8. That knowing French minister Louvois, whose power is said to have been maintained by his surpassing skill in collecting and spreading secret and swift intelligence, had in his pay various classes of unsuspected agents, dancing masters, fencing masters, language masters, milliners, hairdressers, and barbers. Dentists he would have added, had he lived to our times, and not all Paris could have furnished him with a person better suited to his purpose than the most fashionable London dentist of the day, St. Leger Swift. Never did Frenchman exceed him in volubility of utterance, or in gesture significant, supplying all that words might fear or fail to tell. Never was he surpassed by prattling barber or privileged hunchback in ancient or modern story, Arab or Persian, but he was not a malicious, only a coxcomb scandalmonger, triumphing in his savoir dire. St. Leger Swift was known to everybody, knew everybody in London that was to be, or was not to be known. Every creature, dead or alive, that ever had been, or was about to be celebrated, fashionable, or rich, or clever, or notorious, roue or murderer, about to be married, or about to be hanged. For that last class of persons enjoys in our days a strange kind of heroic celebrity, of which Voltaire might well have been jealous. St. Leger was, of course, hand and glove with all the royal family. Every illustrious personage, every most illustrious personage, had in turn sat in his chair. He had had all their heads, in their turns, in his hands, and he had capital anecdotes and sayings of each, with which he charmed away the sense of pain in loyal subjects. But with scandal for the fair he was specially provided. Never did man or woman skim the surface tittle-tattle of society, or dive better, breathless, into family mysteries. None, with more careless air, could at the same time talk and listen, extract your news and give you his on dit, or tell the secret which you first reveal. There was in him and about him such an air of reckless, cordial coxcombry, it warmed the coldest, threw the most cautious off their guard, brought out family secrets as if he had been one of your family, Your secret purpose, as though he had been a secular father confessor, as safe everything told to St. Leger Swift, he would swear to you, as if known only to yourself. He would swear, and you would believe, unless peculiarly constituted, as was the lady whom this morning took her seat in his chair. Miss Clarendon. She was accompanied by her aunt, Mrs. Pennant. Ha! Old lady and young lady, fresh from the country, both, I see, persons of family, of condition, said St. Leger to himself. On that point his practised eye could not mistake, even at first glance, and accordingly it was really doing himself a pleasure, and these ladies, as he conceived it, a pleasure, a service, and an honour, to put them, immediately on their arrival in town, au courant du jour. Whether to pull or not to pull a tooth that had offended, was the professional question before him. Miss Clarendon threw back her head and opened her mouth. Fine teeth, fine! Nothing to complain of here, surely, said St. Leger. As fine a show of ivory as ever I beheld. Upon my reputation, I know many a fine lady who would give all but her eyes for such a set. I must have this tooth out, said Miss Clarendon, pointing to the offender. I see, certainly, ma'am, as you say. I hope, sir, you don't think it necessary, said her tender-hearted aunt. If it could be any way avoided. By all means, madam, as you say, we must do nothing without consideration. I have considered, my dear aunt, said Miss Clarendon. I have not slept these 3 nights. But you do not consider that you caught cold getting up one night for me, and it may be only an accidental cold, my dear Esther. I should be so sorry if you were to lose a tooth. Don't be in a hurry. Once gone, you cannot get it back again. Never was a truer, wiser word spoken, madam, said St. Leger, swiftly whisking himself round, and as if looking for some essential implement. May be a mere twinge, accidental cold, rheumatism, or maybe, my dear madam, to the aunt. I will trouble you, let me pass. I beg pardon, one word with you. And with his back to the patient in the chair, while he rummaged among ivory-handled instruments on the table, he went on in a low voice to the aunt. Is she nervous? Is she nervous? Eh? Mrs. Pennant looked, but did not hear, for she was a little deaf. Yes, I see how it is. A word to the wise, replied he, with a nod of intelligence. Every lady's nervous nowadays, more or less. Where the deuce did I put this thing? Yes, nerves. All the same to me. Know how to manage. Make it a principle. Professional. To begin always by talking away nerves. You shall see, my dearest madam. You shall soon see. You shall hear how I'll talk this young lady, your niece, out of her nerves fairly. Beg pardon, miss. One instant. I am searching for it. Where have I put it? I beg your pardon, sir. I am a little deaf, said Mrs. Pennant. Deaf, eh? Ha! A little deaf. So everybody is nowadays, even the most illustrious personages, more or less. Death and deafness common to all. Mors omnibus. I have it. Now, my dear young lady, let us have another look and touch at these beautiful teeth. Your head will do vastly well, my dear ma'am, Miss, hoping the name would be supplied, but that Miss Clarendon did not tell. So raising his voice to the aunt as he went on looking, or seeming to look, at the niece's tooth, he continued rapidly. From Wales you are, ma'am. A beautiful country, Wales, ma'am. Very near being born there myself, like, ha, that Prince of Wales, first prince. Carnarvon Castle. You know the historical anecdote. Never saw finer teeth, upon my reputation. Are you ladies, may I ask, for I've friends in both divisions, are you North or South Wales, eh? South, sir. Llansillen. Aye, south. The most picturesque, certainly. Llansillen. Llansillen know it. Know everybody 10 miles round. Respectable people, all, very. Most respectable people come up from Wales continually. Some of our best blood from Wales, as a great personage observed lately to me. Thick, thick. Not thicker blood than the Welsh. His late Majesty, apropos, was pleased to say to me once. But, interrupted Miss Clarendon, what do you say to my tooth? Sound as a roach, my dear ma'am. I will insure it for £1,000. But that, the tooth you touch, is not the tooth I mean. Pray look at this, sir. Excuse me, my dear madam, a little in my light, said he to the aunt. May I beg the favour of your name? Pennant. Ah, with his hands in uplifted admiration. I thought so. Pennant. I said so to myself, for I know so many Pennants. Great family resemblance. Great naturalist of that name. Any relation? Oh, yes. No. I thought so from the first. Yes, and can assure you, to my private certain knowledge, that man stood high on the pinnacle of favour with a certain royal personage, for, often sitting in this very chair, keep your mouth open a little longer, a little wider, my good Miss Pennant. Here's a little something for me to do, nothing of any consequence, only touch and go, nothing to be taken away. No, must not lose one of these fine teeth. That most illustrious personage said one day to me, sitting in this very chair, Swift, said he, St. Ledger Swift, familiarly, condescendingly, colloquially. St. Ledger Swift, my good fellow, said he. But positively, my dear miss, if you have not patience, you must sit still. Pardon me, professionally I must be peremptory. Impossible I could hurt, can't conceive, did not touch, only making a inquisition, say what you please, but you are nervous, ma'am. I am only taking a general survey. Apropos, general survey. General, a friend of mine, General Clarendon, has just come to town. My ears must have played me false, but I thought my man said something like Clarendon when he showed you up. No answer from Miss Clarendon, who held her mouth open wide, as desired, resolved not to satisfy his curiosity, but to let him blunder on. Be that as it may, General Clarendon's come to town. Fine teeth he has, too, and a fine kettle of fish. Not very elegant, but expressive still, he and his ward have made, of that marriage announced. Fine young man, though, that Beauclerc, finest young man, almost, I ever saw. But here Mr. St. Ledger Swift, starting suddenly, withdrawing his hand from Miss Clarendon's mouth, exclaimed, My finger, ma'am! But never mind, all in a day's work. Casualty, consequences, no consequence. But as I was saying, Mr. Granville Beauclerc then poured out, on the encouragement of one look of curiosity from Mrs. Pennant, all the on dits of Lady Katrine Hawksby, and all her chorus, and all the best authorities, and St. Ledger Swift was ready to pledge himself to the truth of every word. He positively knew that the marriage was off, and thought, as everybody did, that the young gentleman was well off too, for besides the young lady's great fortune turning out not a sou, and here he supplied the half-told tale by a drawn-up ugly face and shrugging gesture. Shocking, all came to an esclandre. A scene, quite, last night, I am told, at my friend Lady Castlefort's. Sad, so young a lady. But to give you a general idea, love letters to come out in the memoirs of that fashionable roué, friend of mine too, fine fellow as ever breathed, only a little, you understand. Colonel D'Aubigny, poor D'Aubigny, heigh-ho, only if the book comes out, Miss Stanley." Mrs. Pennant looked at her niece in benevolent anxiety. Miss Clarendon was firmly silent, but St. Ledger, catching from the expression of both ladies' countenances that they were interested in the contrary direction to what he had anticipated, turned to the right about and observed, "This may be all scandal, one of the innumerable daily false reports that are always flying about town, scandal all, I have no doubt. Your head a little to the right, if you please. And the publication will be stopped, of course, and the young lady's friends, you are interested for her, I see, so am I, always am for the young and fair, that's my foible, and indeed, confidentially I can inform you, if you could keep your head still, my dear madam." But Miss Clarendon could bear it no longer. Starting from under his hand, she exclaimed, "No more, thank you, no more at present, sir. We can call another day, no more," and added, as she hastily left the room, "better bear the toothache," and ran downstairs. Mrs. Pennant slipped into the dentist's hand as he pulled the bell, a double fee, for though she did not quite think he had deserved it much, yet she felt it necessary to make amends for her niece's way of running off, which might not be thought quite civil. Thank you, ma'am, not the least occasion, don't say a word about it, young lady's nervous, and so from the first. Nerves, all. Open the door there. Nerves all," were the last words at the top of the stairs St. Ledger Swift was heard to say. And the first words of kind Mrs. Pennant, as soon as she was in the carriage and had drawn up the glass, were, "Do you know, Esther, my dear, I am quite sorry for this poor Miss Stanley, though I don't know her yet, as you described her to me. She was such a pretty, young, interesting creature. I am quite sorry." "I don't believe a word of it," said Miss Clarendon. "But even to have such things said must be so distressing to her and to her lover, your friend Mr. Beauclerc, so very distressing." "I hope they are not such fools as to be distressed about such stuff. All this insufferable talking man's invention, I dare say." "Why do people tell such things?" said Mrs. Pennant. "But, my dear Esther, even supposing it to be all false, it is shocking to have such things spoken of. I pity the poor young lady and her lover. Do you not think, my dear, we shall be able to inquire into the truth of the matter from your brother this evening? He must know, he ought to know about it, whether the report be true or false, he should hear of it. He can best judge what should be done, if anything should be done, my dear." Miss Clarendon quite agreed with all this. Indeed, she almost always agreed with this aunt of hers, who, perhaps from the peculiar gentleness of her manner, joined to a simplicity and sincerity of character she could never doubt, had an ascendancy over her, which no one, at first view, could have imagined. They had many country commissions to execute this morning, which naturally took up a good deal of Aunt Pennant's attention; but between each return from shop to carriage, in the intervals between one commission off her hands and another on her mind, she returned regularly to "that poor Miss Stanley and those love letters," and she sighed. Dear kind-hearted old lady! She had always a heart, as well as a hand, open as day to melting charity, charity in the most enlarged sense of the word, charity in judging as well as charity in giving. She was all indulgence for human nature, for youth and love especially. "We must take care, my dear Esther," said she, "to be at General Clarendon's early, as you will like to have some little time with him to yourself before any one else arrives. Shall you not, my dear?" "Certainly," replied Miss Clarendon. "I shall learn the truth from my brother in 5 minutes, if Lady Cecilia does not come between us." "Nay, my dear Esther, I cannot think so ill of Lady Cecilia. I cannot believe No, my dear aunt, I know you cannot think ill of anybody. Stay till you know Lady Cecilia Clarendon as I do. If there is anything wrong in this business, you will find that some falsehood of hers is at the bottom of it. Oh, my dear, do not say so before you know. Perhaps, as you thought at first, we shall find that it is all only a mistake of that giddy dentist's. For your brother's sake, try to think as well as you can of his wife. She is a charming, agreeable creature, I am sure. You've only seen her once, my dear aunt, said Miss Clarendon. For my brother's sake, I would give up half her agreeableness for 1 ounce, for 1 scruple of truth. Well, well, take it with some grains of allowance, my dear niece, and at any rate, do not suffer yourself to be so prejudiced as to conceive she can be in fault in this business. We shall see to-day, said Miss Clarendon. I will not be prejudiced, but I remember hearing at Florence that this Colonel D'Aubigny had been an admirer of Lady Cecilia's. I will get at the truth. With this determination, and in pursuance of the resolve to be early, they were at General Clarendon's full a quarter of an hour before the arrival of any other company. But Lady Cecilia entered so immediately after the general, that Miss Clarendon had no time to speak with her brother alone. Determined, however, as she was, to get at the truth, without preface, or even smoothing her way to her object, she rushed into the middle of things at once. Have you heard any reports about Miss Stanley, brother? Yes. And you, Lady Cecilia? Yes. What have you heard? Lady Cecilia was silent, looked at the general, and left it to him to speak as much or as little as he pleased. She trusted to his laconic mode of answering, which, without departing from truth, defied curiosity. Her trust in him upon the present occasion was, however, a little disturbed by her knowledge of his being at this moment particularly displeased with Helen. But, had she known the depths as well as she knew the surface of his character, her confidence in his caution would have been increased instead of being diminished by this circumstance. Helen was lost in his esteem, but she was still under his protection. Her secrets were not only sacred, but, as far as truth and honour could admit, he would still serve and save her. Impenetrable, therefore, was his look, and brief was his statement to his sister. A rascally bookseller had been about to publish a book, in which were some letters which paragraphs in certain papers had led the public to believe were Miss Stanley's. The publication had been stopped, the offensive chapter suppressed, and the whole impression destroyed. But, brother, pursued Miss Clarendon, were the letters Miss Stanley's or not? You know I do not ask from idle curiosity, but from regard for Miss Stanley, and she turned her inquiring eyes full upon Lady Cecilia. I believe, my dear Esther, said Lady Cecilia, I believe we had better say no more. You had better inquire no further. That must be a bad case which can bear no inquiry, said Miss Clarendon, which cannot admit any further question, even from one most disposed to think well of the person concerned. A desperately bad case. Bad? No, Esther, it would be cruel of you so to conclude, and falsely it would be, might be, indeed, Esther, my dear Esther. Her husband's eyes were upon Lady Cecilia, and she did not dare to justify Helen decidedly. Her imploring look and tone, and her confusion, touched the kind aunt, but did not stop the impenetrable niece. Falsely, do you say? Do you say, Lady Cecilia, that it would be to conclude falsely? Perhaps not falsely, though, upon the data given to me. The data may be false. Data? I do not know what you mean exactly, Esther. said Lady Cecilia in utter confusion. I mean exactly what I say, pursued Miss Clarendon, that if I reason wrong, and come to a false conclusion, or what you call a cruel conclusion, it is not my fault, but the fault of those who do not plainly tell me the facts. She looked from Lady Cecilia to her brother, and from her brother to Lady Cecilia. On her brother no effect was produced. Calm, unalterable, looked he, as though his face had been turned to stone. Lady Cecilia struggled in vain to be composed. "I wish I could tell you, Esther," said she, "but facts cannot always, all facts, even the most innocent, that is, even with the best intentions, cannot always be all told, even in the defence of one's best friend. If this be the best defence you can make for your best friend, I am glad you will never have to defend me, and I am sorry for Helen Stanley." "Oh, my dear Esther," said her aunt, with a remonstrating look, for, though she had not distinctly heard all that was said, she saw that things were going wrong, and that Esther was making them worse. "Indeed, Esther, my dear, we had better let this matter rest." "Let this matter rest," repeated Miss Clarendon. "That is not what you would say, my dear aunt, if you were to hear any evil report of me. If any suspicion fell like a blast on my character, you would never say, let it rest." Fire lighted in her brother's eyes, and the stone face was all animated, and he looked sudden sympathy, and he cried, "You are right, sister, in principle, but wrong in fact." "Set me right where only I am wrong then," cried she. He turned to stone again, and her aunt in a low voice said, "Not now." "Now or never," said the sturdy champion. "It is for Miss Stanley's character. You are interested for her, are you not, aunt?" "Certainly I am indeed, but we do not know all the circumstances. We cannot, but we must. You do not know, brother, how public these reports are. Mr. St. Leger Swift, the dentist, has been chattering to us all morning about them. So, to go to the bottom of the business at once, will you, Lady Cecilia, answer me one straightforward question?" Straightforward question! What is coming? thought Lady Cecilia. Her face flushed, and taking up a hand screen she turned away, as if from the scorching fire. But it was not a scorching fire, as everybody, or at least Miss Clarendon, could see. The face turned away from Miss Clarendon was full in view of Aunt Pennant, who was on her other side, and she, seeing the distressed state of the countenance, pitied, and gently laying her hand upon Lady Cecilia's arm, said in her soft, low voice, "This must be a very painful subject to you, Lady Cecilia. I am sorry for you." "Thank you," said Lady Cecilia, pressing her hand with quick gratitude for her sympathy. "It is indeed to me a painful subject, for Helen has been my friend from childhood, and I have so much reason for loving her." Many contending emotions struggled in Cecilia's countenance, and she could say no more; but what she had said, what she had looked, had been quite enough to interest tenderly in her favour that kind heart to which it was addressed. And Cecilia's feeling was true at the instant. She forgot all but Helen. The screen was laid down, tears stood in her eyes, those beautiful eyes. "If I could but tell you the whole, oh, if I could, without destroying—" Miss Clarendon at this moment placed herself close opposite to Cecilia, and, speaking so low that neither her brother nor her aunt could hear her, said, "Without destroying yourself or your friend? Which?" Lady Cecilia could not speak. "You need not, I am answered," said Miss Clarendon, and returning to her place, she remained silent for some minutes. The general rang, and inquired if Mr. Beauclerc had come in. No. The general made no observation, and then began some indifferent conversation with Mrs. Pennant, in which Lady Cecilia forced herself to join. She dreaded even Miss Clarendon's silence, that grim repose, and well she might. D'Aubigny's Memoirs, I think, was the title of the book, aunt, that the dentist talked of. That is the book you burnt, is it not, brother? A chapter in that book? Yes, said the general. And again Miss Clarendon was silent, for though she well recollected what she had heard at Florence, and however strong were her suspicions, she might well pause, for she loved her brother before every thing but truth and justice. She loved her brother too much to disturb his confidence. I have no proof, thought she. I might destroy his happiness by another word, and I may be wrong. But shall not we see Miss Stanley? Said Mrs. Pennant. Lady Cecilia was forced to explain that Helen was not very well, would not appear till after dinner. Nothing very much the matter, a little faintish. Fainted, said the general. Yes, quite worn out she was at Lady Castleford's last night. Such a crowd! She went on to describe its city horrors. But where is Mr. Beauclerc all this time? Said Miss Clarendon. Has he fainted too, or is he faintish? Not likely, said Lady Cecilia. Faint heart never won fair lady. He is not of the faintish sort. At this moment a thundering knock at the door announced the rest of the company, and never was company more welcome. But Beauclerc did not appear. Before dinner was served, however, a note came from him to the general. Lady Cecilia stretched out her hand for it, and read, My dear friends, I am obliged to dine out of town. I shall not return to night, but you will see me at breakfast time to morrow. Yours ever, Granville Beauclerc. Cockburn now entered with a beautiful bouquet of hothouse flowers, which, he said, Mr. Beauclerc's man had brought with the note, and which were, he said, for Miss Stanley. Lady Cecilia's countenance grew radiant with joy, and she exclaimed, Give them to me! I must have the pleasure of taking them to her myself. And she flew off with them. Aunt Pennant smiled on her as she passed, and, turning to her niece as Lady Cecilia left the room, said, What a bright creature! So warm, so affectionate! Miss Clarendon was indeed struck with the indisputably natural, sincere satisfaction and affection in Cecilia's countenance, and, herself of such a different nature, could not comprehend the possibility of such contradiction in any character. She could not imagine the existence of such variable, transitory feelings. She could not believe any human being capable of sacrificing her friend to save herself, while she still so loved her victim, could still feel such generous sympathy for her. She determined at least to suspend her judgment. She granted Lady Cecilia a reprieve from her terrific questions and her terrific looks. Cecilia recovered her presence of mind, and dinner went off delightfully, to her at least, with the sense of escape in recovered self-possession, and spirits light to every joy in tune. From the good breeding of the company there was no danger that the topic she dreaded should be touched upon. Whatever reports might have gone forth, whatever any one present might have heard, nothing would assuredly be said of her friend Miss Stanley, to her or before her, unless she or the general introduced the subject, and she was still more secure of his discretion than of her own. The conversation kept safe on London dinner generalities and frivolities, yet often things that were undesignedly said touched upon the tabooed matter, and those who knew when, where, and how it touched, looked at or from one another, and almost equally dangerous was either way of looking. Such perfect neutrality of expression is not given to all men in these emergencies as to General Clarendon. The dessert over, out of the dining room and in the drawing room, the ladies alone together, things were not so pleasant to Lady Cecilia. Curiosity peeped out more and more in great concern about Miss Stanley's health, and when ladies trifled over their coffee, and saw through all things with their half-shut eyes, they asked, and Lady Cecilia answered, and parried, and explained, and her conscience winced, and her countenance braved, and Miss Clarendon listened with that dreadfully good memory, that positive point-blank recollection which permits not the slightest variation of statement. Her doubts and her suspicions returned, but she was silent, and sternly silent she remained the rest of the evening. End of Volume the Third, Chapter 8.